And welcome back to episode 4 of Heresy Hammer. It's a really exciting show today because the morning that we are you going, Lee? Are you? You're
off. He's off already.
Had enough of it.
He's done.
Right, Jesus Christ!
I didn't realise you were going straight into it.
What an amateur! Right. So as I was saying before Lee left, today is a glorious day because the Horus Heresy box set has arrived. It's come out today, and we are really, really excited, but also we're equally excited for the fact that we have a new host with us today who's going to be joining us on a permanent basis, which is John. Welcome to John. Give a round of applause. Well done, John.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
We will speak to John in a bit, a little bit about kind of who he is, what his background in the hobby is, and his relationship with Horus Heresy. But I just wanted to go through each of us about how we're feeling on this day of days. Lee, how are you feeling about the new box set dropping today? Not that you've actually got yours yet, have you?
Like generally just filled with rage and disappointment, to be honest.
Okay, rage, disappointment, lovely. Well, I'm very excited. Paul, how about you? How are you feeling about this box set?
Oh yeah, I've got my box set. I've got my books. I've got my Kratos. I've got my special weapons. I'm very excited.
Have you started building anything yet? I
haven't yet. No, I've taken a few things out of the boxes. I've flicked through a couple of books. I've looked at the pictures because I'm that kind of guy. I'll probably go with the Kratos first, I think.
Kratos first, that's what I did. Lee, when you eventually get your box, what will be the first thing that you build, do you think?
I don't know, to be honest. I think firstly I'm just going to go balls deep into the books.
Okay,
and actually have a look at the proper rules and not fucking blurry playtest, not sure if you're right rules, and then think about what I'm going to make from there.
Awesome. And John,
how many Terminators?
No, we're done with you now, mate. You had your chance to say it. We're moving to John now. John,
you got your box set and I didn't.
And John, how about you, mate? What is going to be? Well, how are you feeling first of all, and what's going to be the first thing you build when you get your new box?
I'm feeling pretty overwhelmed. I think, actually, to be honest with you, there's just so much that's kind of coming at us like constantly. It's kind of difficult to know. I think, again, much like Lee, I don't really need to build anything. I'm going to sort of just like get my head into the books, digest those a little bit, and then kind of it's probably going to be Kratos, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's a really, really lovely.
Am I the only one who hasn't ordered a Kratos?
I think it might be the only person in the world.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ordered a Kratos.
Yeah. Even people who don't play Heresy are ordering Kratos.
You might want
you can use it in 40k, right? No.
Can you?
Yeah, it's a 40k tank as well.
Oh, fucking hell, that lasted long, didn't
it? John, you were saying just before we came on air that who would have thought 3 years ago that we would have been at this point?
I don't think. Well, I know that some people would, but there's the small minority that maybe had a plan as to what was going on. But I think generally, we all always sort of sat there desperately trying to keep the dream alive.
Yeah.
And thank God we did, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be sat here now with all of this lovely new stuff if we hadn't kind of persevered through the dark times, through the wilderness. We're the kind of driving force of, I guess, seeing a lot of this new content, really.
Yeah. Absolutely. Right. So if Lee, if you can take us to the next screen. So as ever, these are our hashtags. Make sure you go and follow us because there's lots of updates about the show and what we're planning for the show as well. But also we just like those likes and those followers. So make sure you give us all a follow. And of course, there's John's as well at the bottom, which is D6 miniatures as well. And that leads us really nicely to introduce John. So I've known John for a fair while. I met him in, I think it was Bristol, actually. We were at a Heresy /40k /Age of Sigmar event, and he's had and that was a fair few years ago. That was like pre-COVID, like maybe four years ago. And the Heresy event in this kind of stadium was quite small, wasn't it, John? And I think you were playing Age of Sigmar kind of at the
John clearly doesn't remember any of this.
No, it doesn't.
Oh no,
I remember. But John, perhaps you can just talk us, like, introduce yourself. Perhaps, like, how long you've been in the hobby for, what game systems you've played, and how you've got into the Horus Heresy as well.
Okay, that's a big.
That's big, right? Yeah,
that is big. I got into the hobby in about 1996, I think. Like most people, I had a friend of mine who got into it and sort of introduced me. We had a local games workshop to us that I never knew about beforehand, but it was kind of, you know, I kind of remember going in there for the first time, and it was kind of properly of the days of, you know, lots of sort of real sort of heavy metal playing over the audio system, and guys with kind of long hair. And I think there was a original first generation Space Hulk like demo board laid out, and it was just, again, overwhelming. I think was probably the best way of describing it. And I kind of played for like really kind of quite hardcore from until I was, you know, in my kind of later teens, and sort of drifted out, I guess, in my kind of early 20s, I would have said. I played a lot of 40k to start off with, but really Fantasy Battles was my big game. So I played Fantasy at kind of a sort of a decent-ish sort of level back in the days of the kind of original grand tournaments. And then I sort of, kind of drifted apart really. And about 2014, I think it probably was, I was gifted a Kindle for Christmas, and one of the free books that you could download was Horus Rising.
Right.
And I sort of read through that, and then I read kind of the first 4 books, and they kind of really kind of piqued my interest really. And I hadn't really kept any kind of watching brief across what was going on with Warhammer or Games Workshop or kind of anything. You know, I'd really kind of moved away from it. I had my business, I had, you know, partner, I had lots of other stuff going on in my life, but I kind of became a bit more interested, and really interested in heresy. Like, I'd always kind of known about the kind of the vagaries of the backstory, but never any of the detail. So started reading the novels, got really keen, and then there was kind of, I don't know what it was, there was sort of one day I was sat at home and I had my phone in my hand, and I kind of thought, I'll have a little look and see what models Forge was producing, because I remember back in the day, like, it had a small range of, like, you know, the Bane blades and the Shadow swords, and, you know, when you could buy like a dozer blade for a rhino and that sort of thing. And all of a sudden I discovered there was a Horus Heresy miniatures game, and I was kind of like, my mind was immediately blown after I kind of recovered the pieces and popped myself back together. I actually ordered some Emperor's Children. I'd always wanted to do an Emperor's Children army. It had a Slaneshi Noise Marine army back in like 3rd edition 40k. And that was kind of it really. I didn't have like a huge amount of time. So like I didn't really go to a lot of events. It was more a case of just like building and painting when I had a bit of free time. And like, it's just sort of spiraled from there really. Like, I've probably collected most legions. I've probably painted, sold, and then bought another and done all that sort of stuff many times over. But
yeah, because something that we haven't mentioned yet is that you moonlight as somebody who takes on or dabbles in a bit of commission painting as well, don't you?
Yeah, yes and no. I think, you know, I'm not like you in so much that I don't necessarily seek it out, but kind of if people ask, I find a hard time to say no. Yeah. You know, I'm a shopkeeper by trade, so
of course, okay. Cool.
You know, pretty much everything in my life is considered stock, and I can't really turn down the notion of making a pound note or two. So
fair enough. Yeah, well, it funds the hobby, the resin crack addiction. Right?
That was always the plan. Was, you know, if I could make it kind of self-sustaining, then
that's the way to do it, isn't it?
I have other vices to take up the remainder of my actual money, so if I can make my hobby self-sustaining, that's a real bonus.
And then in terms of your own work at the moment, so we've all seen your work in the flesh. It's really, really nice, but one of the standout armies for me is, of course, your Templars, your Imperial Fists Templars army. Do you want to talk about like the theme behind this army and how you approached it as well, because it's quite a distinct Imperial Fists force, and we've not seen, or I've not seen anything quite like it on the tabletop before. So do you want to talk us through kind of what your theme behind it was? Because there'll be people going, what is going on here? There's Imperial Fist heraldry on it, but it's black instead of yellow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like to work to a theme. I'm kind of I don't necessarily find myself sort of naturally really creative, so I like to kind of I take a lot of inspiration from especially like the novels, and I kind of pick I sort of you'll hear a passage in a book that you really like, and I kind of often sort of I don't know whether it's by kind of choice or sort of subconsciously apply that to the project that I'm kind of working on. There might be a passage in a book where a good example was one of the greetings from the warp events we went to, the Solar War event in February, and I painted an army that was all themed around the book Warhawk. So, for instance, it was led by Sigismund, and it had Templars as my troop choices, and they were all in kind of black, with the predominantly black with the yellow sort of yellow accent colours. And then I had an allied contingent of militia that contained Euphrates Keeler, and I had, as just a militia force commander, I had the Vanquishers that featured in the kind of Terran First Armoured that kind of went and rescued Jagatai after he was kind of banished or cut down by Mortarion. And then I kind of that's sort of my main driver really. The Templars thing kind of came about a little bit by accident, because I painted I was painting a normal Fists army at the time, and I just, truth be told, I wanted to paint something that wasn't just predominantly yellow.
Yeah.
So actually I painted the Leviathan was the first thing I did. I thought it'd be quite cool to have a Templar turned into a Leviathan Dreadnought, because they're, the backstory of the Leviathan is they're supposed to be the most kind of savage of all of the warriors are turned into Leviathans. And I like the feel of the zealotry behind the Templar Brethren and how that would kind of correlate. And then it kind of went from there really. So then I painted up a unit, and I painted up a Spartan for them to go in, and I painted up another unit, and a Land Raider, and then I painted, it was all kind of, it sort of naturally went from there.
Spiraled out of all control.
Yeah.
And
obviously the problem was you couldn't necessarily use it a great deal, because it required Sigismund to be your warlord in order to unlock my Brethren's troops. But obviously now...
Yeah, different story now, isn't it?
Exactly right. So you've got to you can remove that crutch.
Yeah.
Who did the Templar force first, you or Harry?
Truth be told, I think I'd probably started it before him.
I think it was John, actually,
So calling out Harry Harewood for his bullshit copy.
Not at all. Neither of us were really aware of each other.
Yeah, we'll say Harry copied you. We'll go with Harry copied you.
I guess I'm trying to be diplomatic.
Stop buying people's shit, Harry.
Excellent. Right, should we go to the next week? So we've got a couple of other things here. So we've really got kind of like this militia / solar orcs theme, I guess. Iron Warriors, and then Imperial Fists. So, and your paint style is quite gritty, isn't it? I would kind of describe it as dirty, as if we are there at the siege or there in a war-torn battlefield.
Yeah, I guess so. I think I kind of I like painting vehicles. Like I really like painting tanks. So, but I like the kind of realism. Like I take a lot of my inspiration from like the old kind of Imperial armor books, both in terms of like the old actual books and the artwork, but also things like the model masterclass books and a lot of like scale modeling, which is kind of diorama based and has a bit more realism to it. I think especially when you've got like humans involved, I think they're so relatable. I think it's nice to sort of try and be a little bit more kind of photorealistic with regards to things like kind of weathering and the contrast on the vehicles and the like. The militia, actually, that army's actually now been sold, so I've got another human-based army that I'm just about to start working on. I say just about to start working. It'll go in the pile. And
then the other thing that I've noticed of late is that, the Central Iron Warriors Terminator is a really good example, is that say for the highlighting on the shoulder pad, you've actually started to do a lot more brush work with making the highlights much more precise. I've noticed of late with your work as well, which I think is really interesting. I think it just really adds to the miniature as well.
I think with some of the stuff as well, like it's all about striking a balance of like look and time. Like with the Iron Warriors specifically, you can get them to a stage where they're tabletop ready in a matter of. You could paint an army in a weekend if you really just sat down and put your mind to it. But it gives you the time to kind of do things like the shoulder pads and the like, and kind of really put some time and effort in. And it provides a good contrast, because you're always going to have relatively sort of metallics. You're going to have sort of natural gradients and tones and contrasts, and it's just something that just really kind of offsets it a little bit. You know, all of those sort of spot colours, I think it's worthwhile just taking a little bit of time. And
I actually hadn't I hadn't considered that, and I think the rationale behind that is really interesting, which is that you can afford to pinch time from other places because the base scheme itself is not that difficult. So you can afford to spend time on doing, you know, be it painting faces or painting shoulder pads with that kind of like where there would actually be a natural shine. I think is a really cool ethos to, especially for an Iron Warriors player. I think you can, as you say, you can get that out quite quickly. I think we've got a few more pictures. I think. Let's go to the next one. And are these the sort of the Terran First Armored? Is this are these the tanks you took for? Is that right? The Terran First Armored.
Yeah. So they were painted for this event, and obviously I went to Harry and Callum's militia only event last week and took them out for their sort of final run out. So they got a good deal of use there, and I really there's something so iconic about Lehman Russ, but also there's that, like I said, because it's humans, you can kind of look at it and kind of go, well, that's something that could kind of exist like now.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it kind of lends itself really nicely to kind of being more realistically kind of weathered more. And, you know, I don't necessarily go for like hugely high contrast on the militia.
Yeah.
Like a bit of a grayscale, but nothing kind of too mad, like not you maybe see on a Marine tank, for instance. If I was painting this as a, like for the Fists, for instance, or for a Sons of Horus or something along those sorts of lines, I would go for a much bigger kind of contrast in terms of the kind of depths of shadow. But I think on this, it suits it much better. I'd much rather have a look at something I think that looks realistic as opposed to kind of more fantasy orientated.
And you mentioned it earlier, but if you kind of like the look of these tanks and this kind of like realistic look, really you've got to go to either scale modelling magazines or the original Forge World Masterclass books, not the one associated with Horus Heresy, but the very first one.
Imperial Armour Model Masterclass.
That's the one.
Too,
Yeah.
They're great, really, really good resources, like way ahead of their time, I think. And I think you'll see so many of the kind of the great armies that draw a huge amount of, and they're great painters as well that continue to draw sort of a huge amount of influence from them.
Yeah,
but a lot of scale modelling stuff as well. And it also go well. I love buying paint. I love buying paint almost as much as I like buying miniatures. And the ability to kind of go into like, I love buying paint. And the ability to, like kind of wander into like hobby shops and be like, not just look at kind of the Citadel section and kind of, you know, you can kind of nip off and kind of pick up all of these weird and wonderful products from rare other places. And
awesome. So so if you can pick up those books, then do. They often come up on Heresy trading or trading sites, and they're worth the investment. I think the thing I would say about those original masterclass books is that they are quite old now. You know, they're over 10 years old, and some of the products they suggest in them, even the Citadel paints are the older paints, the previous ones. So you'll have to colour match it. But they talk about so a really good one is they talk about Johnson's Clear being something you should use in it, but they don't make that anymore. So you have to think carefully about what other products you can use. So maybe message John, and John's the person to go to if you want any advice on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're definitely right. Yeah, you have to make some sort of substitution, but also as well, it kind of gives you, I think it's more about giving you the ideas, I think, as opposed to actually necessarily, and the techniques. Like you can use a product like this for doing something like this. You know, you can really bring it back up to date with what is actually available pretty easily.
Awesome. All right. Thanks ever so much, John. That was a really good and detailed look in kind of like your philosophy as a painter, and as the weeks go on, we'll find out more and more about John and his philosophy to gaming and painting as well. If we go to the next one, please. So just a reminder that we are, of course, supported by Cryptic Cabin, which is a local gaming store in Wokingham. We're about to move to a bigger premises, and I've floated this idea. I think I floated this idea, or at least it's an idea I have, which is that I definitely, now that I've moved to a bigger premises, would like to host a Heresy Hammer event over at Cryptic Cabin. Not that we've gone into too many details about it. And make sure you use the affiliate link which will be correct and below this video as well. And everybody who has used the affiliate link, thank you ever so much. And then, of course, the show is also supported through Meadows Miniatures, which is my commission painting studio as well. And the thing I would say about that as well is perhaps on the next show or next couple of shows, I'll be talking through dates in the last 2 quarters of this year about painting courses. So ones I'd really like to do is a Kratos course. I'd also like to do a Faces course and a Bases course. The Faces and Bases I get asked about all the time, so I think it's probably worth me thinking about doing some courses on those. But I've got a potential venue up north, and then some in the south as well, because I know that lots of guys who want to come, who are far up north, but it's just too far to come, when they're hosted down by the coast. So keep an eye on those. I'll share those maybe in the next episode or the episode afterwards. And that brings us to what's been going on. So again, we are overwhelmed by the amount of work that this kind of hashtag has created, considering that this is only the 4th episode and we have 840 posts on the Heresy Hammer. So as time goes on, it will become bigger and bigger and bigger, but the work on there is just outstanding. And as Lee and as Paul said previously, it just makes choosing things very difficult and fairly arbitrary as well. I think you just have to get to a point when you're sort of sat there being like, man, there's so much stuff, we just choose some things. But we wanted to give a nice array of people that you should go and follow if you don't already follow these people. So the first one is at hedgyhog.painting. Not very heresy. Maybe it should be heresyhog.painting. That should be. But we've got a really cool Imperial Fists conversion. Now, I think this is Arcamus, the original Herscal of Dawn, the kind of Dawn's Praetorian, and a really cool conversion using the Mark II body that Forge does. Yeah. And he's got a cheeky little beard. If you want to find out more about this character, he is in the novel Praetorian of Dawn. But let's go with Lee. Lee, what do you think of this bad boy?
Yeah, it's good. I like it a lot. I was just going to say it's the old Mark II command squad, isn't it? Yeah, I had this model as an Ultramarine. It didn't look as good as this. Yeah,
it looks awesome. I like the tilt shield as well. I think that looks particularly.
Yeah, I saw someone else do that. I can't remember who it was, and it's quite a nice way of adding a bit of detail.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
to a model, isn't it?
It's so as well, like, because the tilt shields are so tiny, because that Mark II was quite small nowadays.
Yeah.
And then getting the transfer on there and getting the cool scratches, I think, is really impressive. The next one is now, I think this is at Kerbox. So this is, I think it's Michael, and he's an Australian bloke. His work has been a constant source of inspiration to me throughout the whole of Heresy. He does some awesome Dark Angels, and I think he really blazed the trail with his Dark Angels, but he's got some mech that he's finished recently for an event. Paul, do you want to talk us through what your thoughts are on this Thanatar?
Yeah, it's really cool. I like the sort of not over the top weathering. It's quite subtle. There's some nice streaking going on. I really like the that sort of toned down bronze as well. It's not too blingy, and the pose is really cool as well. As if you sort of maybe go back to take a step.
Lee might be able to tell it. Is it quite a hard model to pose, Lee, that one, or is it like?
To be honest, it's been so long since I built one, but I don't think it's that hard. But it probably required a bit of like hammering with a hairdryer.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I don't think that like. I think the base adds a lot to the pose.
Yeah,
because if you actually look at it, it's only one leg bent backwards, isn't it, really? But with the way the base is, it makes it look a bit more kind of dramatic, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the base is really cool. I like the little tufts that I'd be curious to know what is used for that, actually. Those very small, kind of sticky out grass tufts there that look wicked.
Yeah, I love the colour of these. I saw these the other day. He put pictures of the whole army up, didn't he?
Yeah.
I love the colour. Yeah,
that's awesome. Nice. Yeah, it's lovely.
So 2 fantastic ones to go follow, and also Hedgehog, change your name to Heresy Hog, please.
A headshot's not allowed in the 30k.
Well, no, it's just it's got to be more, more heresy related. Right, Paul, take us to the next ones. So we've got at Mini Life Crisis, who's done a rather splendid Leviathan here, and I think he's put up a couple of army shots as well, but this one just kind of stood out. John, do you want to talk us through your thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think that the Blood Angels Leviathan is one of, I think it's probably, I was about to say, I think it's the best of the Legion Spirit Leviathans, but actually I think the Dark Angels one is. But it is wonderful. I really like the marbling technique. It's something that I've done on my bases and a lot of my my fists, and I think it's really, really suits the aesthetic of the Blood Angel Legion. Yeah. I think it works really well. I also really like the black on the right leg. I like the fact that it's kind of split up. Mm-hmm. I think it's just really well executed. Yeah. Like I don't think you can kind of really fault anything on it. To be honest, it's a great starting point, and it's really well put together.
Asymmetry works really well with anything Legion based, doesn't it? Be it a stripe down one side, or a different color plate on a leg, or a knee pad, and a different color. Yeah. It works really well. But I think, as you say, the marble has been particularly well executed here. And it could potentially be the baby white method, but the lines look so thin that it might be wire like that metallic, like a scouring wire, like wire wool or something like wire wool or something like that. But it's particularly well executed. Yeah, so make sure you go follow at Mini Life Crisis. I thought that was quite a funny name as well, Mini Life Crisis. And then Jamie over at the Iron Drake. So I've met Jamie a fair few times. I've been to one of his events, or a couple of his events, but one I can distinctly remember that me and Paul went to for a doubles. And a lovelier guy you will never meet. But Jamie, one of his most recent projects, but I think he did this quite some time ago, was his Thousand Suns project, but he's just got round to, I think, taking proper photos of each of these, and he's been posting kind of a couple each day, and so it was so good, in fact, that and he timed it so well that Games Workshop community recently featured his work last week. So if you want to see more of his work and a bit more about him, you can go have a look at that article. But he did this absolutely outstanding Thousand Suns, I think it's a Praetor, on a jet bike, and it just looks so good. Lee, do you want to talk us through your thoughts on Jamie's Thousand Suns jet bike?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the guy, but I have noticed he's been absolutely. I didn't realise he'd done him before, because he's been smashing loads of pictures out, hasn't he? Yeah. I mean, they're just awesome, aren't they? Like, there seems to be a running thing that like 90% of Thousand Suns armies are just shit up. Like, I don't know what it is.
I think if you are into Thousand Suns, you are really into Thousand Suns, right? Like, because like the lore in the background, you've got a real passion for them. So.
I think Paul told me once it's a very easy and forgiving scheme to paint. So
So why do his look shit then?
What's the matter with you today, Lee?
I love the color scheme as well, like the red, the black, and the white with the gold. It just it's just really well done, isn't it?
Lots of attention to detail, and even the metallics on it, they're all, you can see they're all edge highlighting. Each one is taking real care over.
I really like the sword as well. It's not over the top. It's not, I don't know, normally you get like the like light bit, black bit, light bit, black bit, but it still looks really effective. No, it's good. It's good. Awesome.
There's a couple of things I love about it, and I think the first thing, especially with character minis, that really sets them apart is it tells a story. You can see there's a kind of composition of the pose, and that is what works really well. I think it's super important with those kind of standout miniatures that you kind of know what he's up to right now. You can picture the guy that he's going to be fighting. But also, I think, I'm not sure if it's the actual shadow that the jet bike is casting on the sort of pillar that it's attached to, but I think it might actually be sort of a painted shadow. I think I saw Andy Wardle doing some stuff recently with some stuff he did for Golden Demon, where he was sort of painting a lot of shadow in, and it just really sells the whole thing. It makes it look so much more atmospheric, and I think that's what really sort of stands out to me most about this, is actually the kind of composition more than the paint. And the paint job obviously, you know, accentuates the great job he's done of producing it. But yeah, for me, it properly tells a story like that. That gets me like really worked up about jet bikes.
And I think the attention to detail on things. So if you have a look at the heavy bolter at the very front,
I was just going to say this.
He's got the skull for like the Corvidae. So I assume he's like a Corvidae Praetor, and even those very, very small details just so I think that we all know that in terms of Thousand Suns, peak Thousand Suns are Adams, so that we looked at full circle hobby. And actually, if somebody told me Adam had painted this, I'd be like, yeah, I think it looks like something that Adam had painted. The attention to detail is just.
So I was going to say exactly the same thing. And one thing I really like with character models is when you start looking at it and then you just keep picking up on things. So like the shoulder pads aren't just normal shoulder pads. I think he's used. Are they 40k shoulder pads?
Yeah.
I think they are. Yeah.
And then just like the use of transfers, like just the little bits just behind him, and then you look at his collar, is that like little horn bits coming out of his collar or something?
Yeah.
And I really like that on characters, where the more you look at it, the more you just keep picking up things. Like you say, just a really good attention to detail.
He's so good, so good.
I'd love to be able to do that, but I'd get halfway through and just get bored of keep adding things and just be like, fuck it, that'll do.
Right, let's head on over to the next one. So we've got Rob's here. So Rob's been hitting the bikes hard with the Imperial Fists. He does Imperial Fists and he does World Eaters as well. We saw his Imperial Fist army when we went to the last greeting event. I think John actually.
Did you play him?
I played him. Yeah, I played him in game one. Yeah.
And he's been.
Did you crush him?
Yeah, did you?
No.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was an annihilation.
But his bikes are looking. Bike's looking really awesome at the moment, so it'll be cool to see what he does with those. Paul, do you want to make any comment on how they're looking at the moment? Because we've seen some like updates of these, haven't we? As he's been posting them in the WhatsApp group,
in the chat. Yeah, I really like it. I really like the sort of damage. Obviously, bikes are going to get a proper kick in from debris and things as they're sort of flying across the battlefield. But I really like the heavily chipped look. I really like the way he's sort of chipped into the grey stripes going across the sort of front of the I don't know what you call. I don't know, whatever part of the bodywork that is. But it's a really nice, and it's a lovely yellow as well. It's a nice yellow. Yeah, hasn't gone too mad with the contrast, but it looks really sweet.
He weathers things really well as well, I think.
Yeah. His world eaters are great. Yeah.
Cool. Right, go give him a follow. Although I think he is a private account, so you'll have to ask him for a follow. And then this one stood out to me as well. So this is at Gary Throws Paint at Stuff, which I thought was another hilarious name or tag. But Lee, what are your thoughts on this word bearers as a keen word bearers enthusiast?
Yeah, it looks right, doesn't
it?
Yeah. All right, move on.
Yeah. Any more you can say on that?
No, he's done a really, really, really good job. And again, it's the little things. Like I'm looking at the I don't even know what you call them, like the oath ribbon bits.
Yeah.
And like just the hand painted like symbols.
Yeah.
When I first saw that, I thought that was one of the transfers, but I don't think it is it?
No, I don't think they come in black. I think they're all hand.
Yeah, they do come in black, but I don't think that. Maybe it is, but
they come that small, do they?
No, that's what I mean. I
think they're hand painted. I think you're right.
I think it's hand painted.
And when you think about the scale and the size of those oaths at the moment,
mind blowing.
That's insane. Yeah.
And he's changed the arm as well, hasn't he? I think that's the 40k power fist from one of the possessed, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it works so well.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, that's
I wouldn't have known. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that until you just pointed that out.
Yeah. No, awesome. Really good. These are really. I find these models quite hard to look good because there's so much detail on them. You can kind of go too in depth with the detail, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it just almost becomes a bit of a mess. But yeah, this is awesome. Really good.
So I think the other thing, so he's shown how easy it is to use the plastics and combine them with the resin. I think that's like, because you were thinking about doing that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. If you want to run more than 5,
yeah,
you kind of have to do something, because otherwise you just end up with carbon copies.
Yeah.
Of the model. I really wish they'd release like another set of Gal Vorbak in different poses.
Yeah.
A bit like the Red Butchers, things like that. Like,
yeah. They're just the same.
It's just a bit hard to make them not look exactly the same. But yeah.
I think the other thing to say about this is that because we often see quite a lot of like flesh sort of merged into the armor, but he's kept the colors quite close together,
quite separate.
Yeah. So like the flesh is sort of like a word bearer-y color, as if the flesh is becoming armor.
It's almost like it's living armor as opposed to
exactly that
melding of the two, as opposed to kind of two separate kind of entities, one by
because I did the opposite. I did it almost like those bits are like the demon and
so it's interesting to see the take on this one. So Gary throws paint at stuff, clearly somebody who really takes time over their miniatures, because I would have thought this was probably about 40 hours worth of work just on on those oath strips alone, I think. But fantastic, well done, mate. Right, next one, please. I think there's 2 more. Right, yes. So at Monkey Raffle, so a really beautiful dread. This is now John will be able to correct me here if I'm wrong about this, but this looks like a mash between the Iron Warriors Dreadnought and I think it's painted with in the Night Lord's color scheme, and it's got even kind of like the flayed flesh. John, do you want to talk us through this one? Because I think it's a really unusual dread, but I think it looks that combination of Iron Warriors and Night Lords is strange, but it works so well here, doesn't it?
It's really, really menacing. So I think Mike originally set out to make. I'm not sure if he designed it more as a Cortus or not, but I mean, he's done some really, really cool stuff. So one of the, I think for me, the conversion work is really, really good. I think he's added the flayed skin on and not made it look kind of too sort of like cartoony.
Yeah.
But the thing for me that really stands out is the kind of the maw on the mouth. Because if you look on the actual model, which I've got sat in front of me, it's more of a grill.
Right.
And actually having painted that into kind of like a sort of fanged maw, I think that for me that sells the whole piece. Like it's great, but that makes it great into
agreed.
Top tier. I think that's that, and it's really difficult as well because like the Contemptor is never going to be the centerpiece of your army, right? But that deserves to be the centerpiece of an army. Yeah. It's really, really nice. The blue's kind of a really nice hue. You see quite often, I think, a lot of kind of really sort of like kind of purpley kind of, purple was kind of like kind of contrast color, purpley blue, something about the richness to it. Yeah. And I like the fact that it's kind of a little bit more kind of, I guess, kind of turquoise greeny. I think it's
interesting
really
as well because it's not. I mean, he may have airbrushed it, but interesting. The contrast actually comes from the edge highlights. So that's the way it's been made interesting. So it's not necessarily been with the panel. It's not the panel where the brightness comes from. It's the very tippity top corners, which is a really interesting way to. I couldn't work out if it was non-metallic metal either, or whether this is done with metals that look like it's being matted down. I still, when I looked at it yesterday or the day before, I still can't work out if it's non-metallic metal, which I suppose is the ultimate job of non-metallic metal, isn't it? To look like metals. But he's done a Monkey Raffle worth a follow.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I think this is our final one. So this is at Secret 30k Geek. So Sai has a long history with kind of Horus Heresy, and he's been a keen Horus Heresy enthusiast for as long as I can remember. He's a teacher by trade, but he's also had a baby I think recently, so he's not had much time to hobby. And I think this is one of the first units he's done over the past kind of 2 years. And what a unit to start with. If you've painted these, I think John's painted these as well, but they are really tough to paint because they're so detailed, and because they've got so much on them, the potential is that they can look a bit over the top. And when you see the color plates of these guys a little bit later, you'll see what I mean. But Sai has done such a good job on these. You know, he's made lots of the details metallics, but different coloured metallics that they work really, really well. Lee, do you want to say anything about these ones?
Yeah. I mean, they're just insane, aren't they? I mean, these are some of the top tier Dark Angels, aren't they, out there? Like, is this the guy that did a load of like true scaling on his?
I don't know if he's done too much true scaling.
Is this not the one that was using? I can't remember. I follow so many different people. Is this not the chap that was using like the Death Guard models, the 40k Death Guard models, and turning them into Dark Angels? No.
Oh, I know who you mean. No, it's not that guy. Sai, he's a Golden Demon winning sort of like artiste.
Right. Okay. I mean, I follow him. I've seen these. I end up forgetting who does.
No, it's not that bloke, but
yeah,
similar styles, I think, that they both have.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But yeah, like you say, like. The thing I really like about these is he's kind of used quite muted colours throughout, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of detail, but it's not kind of overbearing.
Yeah.
Like your spot colours are the white kind of, I don't know what you call them, hoods.
Yeah.
And then obviously the green power weapons, and the green power weapons work really well with the kind of red spot colours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the green as well makes it look a bit more menacing and creepy than like perhaps going with blue or turquoise as swords as well.
Yeah, well, the Dark Angels use kind of exotic weapons, don't they? So it makes sense that the blades aren't just kind of silver. But yeah, I mean, these are insane, aren't they?
Yeah.
Imagine not having painted for 2 years and then just coming back and
just knocking it out.
Yes.
But like,
it's a talented bloke.
The thing that gets me with models like this is you look at the like the hoods, and you don't, you know, like they look good, but to paint that over something, unless he's done the head separately.
No, they're built in. Yeah, they're not.
Oh, are they? Yeah. Like, it's so fucking hard to get white smooth when you've been painting kind of dark colours. Like, it's such a good job. Like, really, that's the sort of shit that just I'd end up throwing them in the bin, to be honest. But
they are really, because each one is more detailed than, say, like a Centurion or character model. And so much work goes into each one because they are so detailed. Yeah, they're absolutely nice. Because each one, like, you could sell, like, Forge could sell each one of those
as a Praetor,
£35.
Yeah,
and then and just call it a Praetor, a Dark Angel Praetor model.
Yeah.
And you would buy it right and be like, this is a cool model. Like, this looks really awesome. But now then you've got 5 to do. So
the trouble is, I see this and I just want to do Dark Angels. That's the trouble. Right?
Yeah.
So I've been wanting to use these as a base for some Huskars for my Templar army.
Yeah.
But then I get the flashbacks to when I painted them for a commission about a year ago. And it's honestly, I just break out in a cold sweat. I reckon they caused me to lose, genuinely, I think caused me to lose sleep several times. It was just like a real slog getting them.
They are hardcore. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So with that one, we are going to take a quick break there, and then you can come and join us for the next part of the show, which we'll be talking through Forge World's latest previews of what is to come. Right, welcome back, everybody, to the next part of Heresy Hammer. So we're going to be talking about Heresy Thursdays. Lee's also off again. He's
I keep getting to shut the window. Sorry,
a bit of a thing going on anyway. So we're going to be talking about Heresy Thursday. So since our last show, there's been 2 weeks, so 2 things have dropped. The first one was the Leviathan Dreadnought. So a couple of things before we kind of speak to the lads on this one. So I think the internet had a general meltdown because it was quite clear that this was a ranged variant opposed to a close combat variant. And I think we knew that this was coming because some of the weapons have been unavailable from Forge World for a little while, or they've been missing a little while maybe, but I might be making that up. And this is the generic kind of Legion Dreadnought, it won't be, or it doesn't look like it's going to be replacing things like the Blood Angels Dreadnought, which you saw earlier with at Mini Life Crisis. But yeah, as I say, this is just the range version. So I think we're probably expecting it to have the melter lance, melter cannon thing, the storm cannon, and then you can also see in the pictures there the grav cannon, and also the options for it are going to include the Phosphex discharger at the top, which looks exactly like the one that we've had on the resin one. Also the Volkite charger nipple things, and then the heavy flamer nipples as well. If you're a Imperial Fist player or a Blood Angel player, you might be asking where your Iliastus assault cannons are. It doesn't look like that they're going to be available on this, so you might need to convert them, maybe kind of slotting in some heavy bolters or something like that, and then chopping off the front and then putting some rotor cannons on the front might be the way to do it. So you might have to do a bit of some conversion work if you want to put that on. Let's go to John. Actually, yeah, let's go to John first, and then we'll go to Paul for his thoughts. So, John, what are your initial thoughts on kind of the sculpt in comparison to the original resin one?
Well, Rob, I think from a first glance, it's almost indistinguishable, right? Apart from a couple of things that we talked about off air a second ago. One being that it has got some added little accoutrements. One on its kind of groin plate, which I am not an enormous fan of. And it looks as if it's moulded on, so the little kind of laurel wreath with the gem and the skull. Not necessarily for me. I'd much rather, I think with a lot of these kits, right, there's like the transfer sheets, the decal sheets we have these days are so good and can add so much kind of personality and variety that I would personally rather have them be left blank. Just, for people to kind of add a bit of their own flavour to things, really. I think obviously it's going to be great. It was going to be, I think, the posing that sort of GW Prime often have on a lot of their kind of stock images. I wish they'd just be a tiny bit more creative. I kind of understand. I'm guessing the kind of thought process is that this is the easiest way of putting it together. Yeah. And it kind of showcases the miniature in a kind of relatively sort of squared on box and fashion, which is kind of good. From a portrait perspective, it's fine, but I wish they'd just be that little bit more creative. But I mean, I'm hyped for it. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Like, we all go and buy things. It's a real sort of staple of the many, many heresy armies. Whether we'll still sitting in pods all the time, who knows? But why not? But yeah, it's great. Have it in plastic. Wonderful.
Awesome. Paul, what are your thoughts on it? I'd be interested to know your thoughts about potential magnetizing on this one as well, and what your thoughts are on it, because it was quite easy to magnetize the resin one, but how does it look for you in terms of just overall, how does it look, but also thoughts on magnetizing it from a modeling point of view?
Yeah, I like it. I'm glad it's come out in plastic. And see the you'd obviously get some crappy sort of mold lines and things like that with the resin version. I'm with John. I don't like the laurel on the dick plate and the sort of skull, the bronze skull, and the arrows on the sort of chest area. That's just not for me. But hopefully be able to scrape those off with no issue. I think magnetizing, will be. I'm hoping it's not going to be too much of an issue. I'm just a bit worried about maybe you'll only have, I don't even know what you'd call it, the bit that slots from the shoulder into
the fittings.
I'm not too sure. I think that might be a bit of a pain. You might be able to get around it with some funky drilling and some good placement of magnets. But we'll see when we've got the kit in hand. But I'm glad it's in plastic. It's because I bought a few Leviathans from Forge World, and I think I had to send back bits on everyone that I bought.
That's not
slip was so short.
That's really interesting. So a couple of things that I've noticed as well. So it's interesting, having built the Kratos, where the seams are when you join things up now is, I think, really interesting. So if you have a look on the melter lance, on the inside of the melter lance there, each one of those kind of circular arrows has a line down the center, which suggests to me that you have to put each one together and then stick it into the melter lance. So you'd be better, I think, painting that bit just pure black rather than leaving it silver, so you can't notice a seam there. The other big one that I've just picked up on is actually the circular grill in the center. So previously the lines had gone down, but for some reason they've chose lines to go horizontally with those ones, which is also slightly different. So as you say, Paul, I mean, it will make, I mean, we've talked about the perils of resin, you know, having put together the Kratos now, it was fairly simple and straightforward to put together. It's just a long process having to clean it up. If a resin Leviathan took me an hour from start to finish, I suspect a plastic one will take me 2 to 3 hours to get it perfect and look how I want to. So it's just the increased amount of time. But a lovely model. And then Lee, do you want to comment on the variant, the close combat variant? Because obviously the internet wasn't very happy. Well, I say the internet, I mean a very small percentage of people on the internet kind of went into meltdown about the fact that this didn't look close combat variant.
Yeah, so I think have they said they're going to do it, or have we seen?
No, we've inferred it because there are pictures in the books now.
Okay, yeah. So we have seen a picture of a variant with close combat weapons, and it has I don't even know what you'd call them, like rims along the outer edge of like the upper torso bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, personally, I'm not a fan of that. I prefer the way this one looks. I think they've taken it from like, does the Dark Angels Leviathan have something like that?
No, but it was. I think it was Karab Cullen. I think from the Forgeworld raid.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we have kind of seen it before.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's hard to explain how it looks, but I prefer the look of this model.
Yeah.
I kind of get what people are moaning about, and it's a tricky one because I don't know how GW would have got around it. Because obviously, if you stick a sprue in with close combat weapons, then you're going to start increasing the price of a model. And then it gets to the point of, well, is it worth doing it in plastic if it's going to start getting that expensive? I mean, I don't know. I mean, we kind of just get, I mean, they could release this model and then actually it's got close combat weapons in it.
Yeah, that might be
shown any photos. We don't really know. I don't think they will. I think there is a shooting variant and a close combat variant.
Yeah.
But like I say, I don't really know how they would have got around it. Maybe if you just had one shooting weapon and but then you're restricting the number of shooting weapons.
What you're hoping, I think, here, what the best case scenario will be that you buy 2 dreadnoughts and then you can magnetize it all. And then from there, you can swap out your 2 dreadnoughts to have whatever weapon options that you want from there. And I think that's the best case scenario. But in order to have all the weapon options, you have to buy 2 Leviathan dreadnoughts. And I think that's the bit that probably...
Yeah, and not just that, because I'm guessing that this variant doesn't come with 2 Melter Lancers, with 2...
I suspect not.
Leviathan cannons. So my Leviathan runs 2 of the Leviathan cannons, whatever they are, the one on the
Storm cannon.
Yeah. So if you want to run 2 of them, I'm guessing currently you'd have to buy 2 of these plastic boxes. So I don't know if they'll release like a weapon set like they've done with AT or something. I mean,
fingers crossed, yeah.
I honestly don't know, but I'm glad they've done it in plastic. But on the flip side of that, I would say the Leviathan is probably one of the easiest resin models I've ever put together. Like it is literally a piece of piss to build in resin. But it's more of a cost thing with plastic, isn't it? Like, I mean, you buy a Leviathan for Forge Rod and you buy the weapon, just what, like 70, 80 quid? Something mental like.
To sort of develop that point a little bit more, I think it's not only a cost thing. I think the biggest thing that I'm kind of most looking forward to is the convenience aspect of it. Mm-hmm. Like, especially when, you know, and I think this is where I suspect, especially people who attend a lot of events or people who are kind of really, I think this is where it's going to be such an enormous boon, because imagine sort of being at an event and you kind of have those conversations at the end of the day and you kind of go, you know what, I really need 3 Land Raiders. Like, I just need 3 Land Raiders. And so, you know, by the time that thought has finished sort of percolating in your head, you're already at the counter of the shop that you're playing in with like 3 Land Raiders on the counter, card in your hand. I think that's the thing that
you're right.
It's really going to be game changing. You can kind of walk away from the event going, "Well, that list was terrible. I need to add a Leviathan," and it can be in your car.
Yeah. It's not going to.
And the flip side of that, 3 plastic Land Raiders will probably cost the price of 1 fucking resin one. So
precisely right.
But just one other thing I'd like to mention on this about, like we've mentioned about the skull thing on the chest and the laurel thing on his dick. I find it a bit strange because with the Contemptors, they've gone for like a plain version, haven't they? They've almost gone the opposite. So for the Contemptors, they've gone plain. And then for the Leviathan, which was previously plain, they've kind of added these bits.
Yeah, but so to add to that though, there is a second variant of the Contemptor coming, which is embossed to fuck. Like it's got stuff all over its chest. I think it's got a groin.
True.
It's interesting. But yeah, as that first variant, I think for people who are experienced with the transfers, I think that I think it would be really nice if we'd be playing. Before we move on, one final thing I will say is that I've always had a little bit of worry that our resin toys won't match up with the plastic toys. But if you own a resin army and you already have Leviathans, there is now no pressure to buy a plastic Leviathan because it looks the same. You cannot tell the difference between the two apart from the embossed elements of it. And I think that is so good because it means that people won't feel the need to rebuy their resin, rebuy plastic toys when they've got their resin, which I think is really
no, that's true.
So let's have a look at the next one, please. So we'll start with Lee on this one. So Lee, you've got some thoughts and feelings about the bear head on these Mark 6 Dark Angels heads. Do you want to tell us your thoughts? Your very thought out thoughts on the bear head on this?
So shit. So shit. It looks like a 1980s Lord of the Rings fucking head. It just aids, pure fucking aids.
I think it looks great because it looks like a 1980s Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, which is why you're wrong. No, I don't like it. I don't know. They always seem to, with the Dark Angels heads, go way over the top on, these are middle-aged knights, so we have to give them little beards and long hair. And I don't know, I just find it a bit shit.
There is something quite Boromir about it, I think.
Yeah.
But
he's got a metal headband, like an...
He's also wearing a crown.
Yeah. A bit more Aragorn than Boromir then.
It just, and another thing I'm not a huge fan on is the winged helmet.
Yeah,
I quite like the wings when they're done well, but
the best wings I've seen are on the companion kit. Because they've got some really tasteful, quite cool ones that are basically taken from the 40k Azrael helm. You know, the one that all watchers holding.
And I was going to say there was an old 40k. Was he a Captain, Dark Angels Captain model with like the cloak over his shoulder?
Yeah.
And again, I really liked that helmet. But with these, it looks a little bit like it should be in like a Marvel superhero film rather than, some space marine that's come to murder you and your family. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it. That's enough of the head. Let's go with the bear head. Let's go with Paul. The rest of the other 9 heads. What are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, I like them. They're pretty cool. They're very similar to the Imperial Fist heads, the sort of shape of the grill, sort of the mouthpiece. But they're really cool. They're not too over the top. I like the 3 kind of sort of quite basic ones, but yeah, they're a nice mix, I think.
If you are, Paul, somebody who would like to use these on your plastic Mark IV or Mark III, do you think that they will work for other resin marks, even though they say they're Mark VI?
I think they'd be absolutely fine. Yeah, I think they'd be fine. Yeah, be fine with the especially the plastic versions, I think, because they're a little bit beefier. They might be a little bit too big, maybe, for the old Forge World resin Mark IVs or something like that. But if you've got the Betrayal at Calth or the Bane of Prospero Mark III, I think they'll be fine for those. They're good.
Cool.
They're good.
They look pretty close to what we had originally. But I just think that the thing that I've noticed is that everything, the head on Mark 6 has got smaller, and then the bottom of the feet have got bigger. So I think it'll be interesting to see whether they look right. John, what are your thoughts on these Mark 6 heads? Yeah, I suppose here's a better question actually. If you're somebody who's just starting out and you've just bought your box today and you're thinking about doing Dark Angels, would you suggest buying these?
Absolutely, 100%. I don't think there's any excuse not to. I think it's a really easy and what I suspect to be pretty cheap way of adding a bit of like additional sort of characterization to the models. I totally agree with Lee. I think the bear head is absolute dog shit. I think also as well, there's a bit of a trend that we were so used to having really awesome bear heads from like, think about the first time round, think about the Phalanx Warder head, you know, the screaming one with the burnt out eye. I mean, how many times does that get utilised? That is so characterful. There is no character to this bear head. I think it's bad. I think the other bear heads we've seen so far have also been bad. But to caveat that, I think the remaining heads have been really good. I'm not so convinced about having a Legion symbol on the forehead, but that is because I have repurposed a lot of the original like Mark III Dark Angel heads onto my Templars because they suit really well with the Mark III armor, because I've got quite a lot in Mark VI. But on the Mark III guys I'm building now, I've repurposed those, and I was thinking about buying these again, but I'm going to have to throw like half of them away.
Fair play.
But I think if you're a new player and you're starting a new Legion, it's going to be Dark Angel Fists or Sunder Horus or whomever, because we're going to get them for all the Legions, right? Yeah. Just go and buy it. Like, you've got no excuse not to. They're going to be cheap as chips. They're not pocket money stuff. Like, they're at account purchase. You're buying a box and, you know, the guy asks you, what Legion are you doing? And you're like, the Dark Angels. He just hands you a couple of packets of heads. You just take them and buy them and get out of the shop.
That's an interesting philosophy. Do you think, here's a question that I've been wrestling with as well, which is that so I'm going to get 40 Mark 6, right, in my army, let's say, and but my budget only allows me to buy 20 of these heads. Do you think that I should sort of spread them out over the 40, or would you go, I'll have 20, you know, with these heads, and then 20 with the beaky helmets? What would be your philosophy? Let's go Lee on that one. What would be your philosophy, Lee, on that? Do you think a smattering over an entire army, or do you want to see whole squads with these heads?
I think whatever suits your personal taste, really, isn't it? I don't think there's any right or wrong to it. What
would you do if you were faced with
that?
I
quite like...
We'll go John next.
Personally, for me, I quite like a bit of uniformity. So if I was going to do these, if I was going to do like my tax, I'd probably buy like 1,000 packs of these, and I'd just use the plain ones, and the ones with the metal strip, I'd probably fuck off the ones with the Legion symbol.
Right, okay.
Just because I'm not, a bit like John, I'm not a huge fan of them. And then I'd probably just use them. So if I was going to do like, I want special heads on tax squads, I'd have all my tax squads with these fancy heads.
Cool. Okay, so you're a guy, so you're actually less about mixing and matching, you're more about standardizing it.
Yeah, but then I get that people don't like that because it's the heresy and you can just, you know, people were grabbing armor from anywhere. So
John, you wanted to say something, and then we will ask Paul the same question about it, because it's a question that I've been wrestling with, so I'm interested to know your thoughts on it.
My thoughts are that I happily mix and match.
Okay.
I've got no beef against it. I think it's kind of fine, really. I don't think, if anything, I think the fact that there is a little bit less uniformity kind of makes it a little bit less regimented. I hate things that kind of look all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a big believer about mixing in, just, you know, looking around and looking at different kits from different legions and kind of mixing stuff in.
So if I'm on a budget and I've only got £26 to spend on heads, but I've got 40 Marines, I shouldn't worry that they aren't all with Dark Angels helmets. That's no. Okay, cool. Paul, what do you reckon?
So I'd probably keep these for, say, vet squads and special units.
That's
interesting. I would have my beakies or on my normal sort of tac marines and things like that, my normal tactical squads, and then I'd put these on my more sort of legion specific, or my elites, I should say.
Okay, that's an interesting that's an interesting take, actually. So rather than having it on the bare tacticals, there's something special to differentiate your veterans from your thing. Interesting. Okay.
Can you still buy the was it the Mark III Dark Angel helmets they did?
I think you can.
So I personally would have these on the TAC Marines, and I'd use those original ones for my veterans.
Okay, cool.
Personally, because I really like those.
I think they're slightly better
helmets.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, that's an interesting one. And interesting if you're watching this and you're getting into Heresy for the first time as well, around that there is no obligation to. You could buy 10 of these amongst your 40 and spread them around if you want to, or just use them on your shot sergeants or use them on the vets. But there is no obligation that says you must use all these helmets on your Marines if you want to.
And again, I'd probably try and stick a fancy helmet if I was taking like a Vexilla or something like that. I'd probably try and get a bit of theme in there, but there's no right or wrong, is there?
No.
Do what you want.
That's good though. That's good. That's really interesting because I've got 40. Well, I've got I think 30 Sons of Horus heads actually, and I'm not. I don't like on normal guys the Sons of Horus plume at the top because I think that's better for like a command squad or a sergeant. But I've got about in each pack there's 4 of those heads, so it means that I might need to intersperse some beakies in between them. So I was interested to get your thoughts on that one. So thank you for that, fellas. And anybody want to make any predictions for next Thursdays? What we're going to see come? So let's go with Lee first. What do you reckon, Lee?
Word bearers.
That's more your hopes and dreams, but
I think they'll probably do the 3rd Legion. I think they'll probably. Now they've done they did the Imperial Fists and Sons of Horus, didn't they? Which are like the
post boys.
I think now they'll go through.
They'll go for each one.
Legion order.
I think so.
In the 17th, I can't wait to see him in 2 years' time.
Paul, what do you think is going to come next? Do you think more heads, or do you think we're going to see something different?
Oh, I think it'll be more heads. I think they want to try and rattle these out as quick as possible now. I think
cool. And John, what's your prediction?
I agree. I think we'll see more heads. I think it's probably likely they'll go in chronological order. I think that, although I don't think it will take us 15 weeks to see the remaining sets of heads, I think they'll have to get to a point where they're just.
You think they'll just start here's 5 Legion heads?
Absolutely. You just see this cascade of heads coming on. Well, think about some of the stuff we've already seen. We've already seen the pitch of the Plastic Predator. We've already seen the Plastic Land Raider. We know that's coming, and that's going to be coming soonish, given they're in the initial books. Plus, we've got whatever they do with the Mechanicum and whatever they end up doing with the Talons. So I think they're going to have to just start punting these out the door pretty quickly.
Okay. My prediction, and we'll see if I'm right next week, is I think we'll see the close combat variant for the Leviathan. That's what I think we should.
Okay.
Interesting. We'll see who's right, won't we, in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, we will. Yep. Gauntlet's been thrown down. Right, let's go to the next one and the main part of our show today. So in our last show, we started looking at the traitor army. So for each one, we gave a very brief introduction and overview of how that legion kind of fights, but really actually almost more the history and the backstory of that legion, just to give you a bit of a theme about choosing your own legion. In today's show, we're going to be talking about the Loyalists, and we're going to start from the Dark Angels and work our way all the way up to the Raven Guard. So we're going to focus on them numerically, and we're going to go through. Now, as we go through this one, you might want to just fast forward to your legion, but I think that actually, if you haven't yet selected your legion, make sure that you listen to each one of these, because even I have been doing Horus Heresy for 10 years and I've read all the books and I listen to them avidly. But when I was doing research for this yesterday, I learned a whole heap of stuff about each legion that made me kind of go, man, that is so cool. I have no choice but to start a new legion now. There's, and it was really interesting. So, sit back, build your models or paint your models or whatever, and just enjoy the hearing about each legion, because it might make you decide that you want to change what you intend to do. And first up, we are going to have the first legion, so the Dark Angels. So the Dark Angels have a really interesting kind of history and backstory. And they are, of course, the First Legion, and they were the First Legion sort of created by the Emperor. So they were numerically are the first, but they were the foundation of the Legiones Astartes. And the idea behind the Dark Angels, because they were the first of the Legiones Astartes, they were almost a jack of all trades, and they had to fight lots of different kinds of battles. And as a result, they were a very large legion, but also they were specialized into these wings, basically, or into these orders. Now we'll talk about the wings in a little bit. And I think that partly the problem with the books, I think, is that the books kind of shroud the Dark Angels history in quite a lot of secrecy. And I'm not sure if you're wanting to find out more about the Dark Angels, that the books shed a whole lot of light on the backstory. I think you'd be better looking at the Dark Angels, the Black Books, because I think that tells you an awful lot about it. And I think it's something that's really frustrated me as the Black Books have gone on, which is that, as the novels have gone on, which is I really, really just want to know the history of each legion. And the Dark Angels, because they've always been a legion shrouded in secrecy, partly because they were the first, and partly because they only had themselves, they didn't have brother Astartes from other legions to support them. They've taken that tact with the novels as well, and I think that they've kind of, because of that, they've done a bit of disservice. You do get a feel for each legion, though, and their background and why they're the knightly orders. Obviously, they helped in the destruction of, or the unification of Terra. But one of the first campaigns that they went on was the destruction of the Thunder Warriors. So the Custodes, led by Valdor, and then kind of the first cohort of the First Legion destroyed. That was their first test, really. And it was a plan that the Emperor had always had, which was to destroy the Thunder Warriors. They had relatively short lifespans, and they were kind of like absolutely berserkers, and that the blood ravening madness would take over in campaigns, and only the Emperor could control them. But the Emperor knew that the Thunder Warriors weren't a long-term solution. So the first test of the First Legion was to destroy the Thunder Warriors, which they did pretty unequivocally, and they hunted down. So I think at Mount Ararat, which is just off the Himalaya, the First Legion went against these Thunder Warriors and absolutely kicked their asses. One of the things about the Dark Angels that makes them also stand out is the fact that they were equipped with weaponry from sort of Age of Strife, but also from the Dark Age of technology as well. So what you'll find within their Legion rules, but also within the story, is that they'll use a lot of archaic plasma technology, but also Volkite technology. So if you know anything, the history of the legions, it was actually before the bolter came along, the legions actually used a lot of Volkite weapons, but they couldn't mass produce the Volkite weapons in the numbers that they needed to. So that's why the bolt weapon was kind of created. But the Dark Angels lean quite heavily into that Volkite and into that plasma weaponry, because it's supposed to represent sort of that archaic sort of archaeotech that they used. They were the largest of all legions, obviously being the first. And what also kind of unified the First Legion was the fact that they weren't really unified. When they were originally taking recruits for them, they came all across Terra. So with what would become the 14th Legion, what would become the Death Guard, they were taken really predominantly from places like Albia, so Europe and Britain. But the First Legion took aspirants from all over Terra, so they didn't have a particular place that they would take from. And as they expanded as well, they would just take recruits from wherever. They weren't unified by a particular country or a particular clan in the same way that the 10th Legion would, or the 14th Legion would. But because they were the first of all legions, they were given quite a scope during the early Great Crusade. And I think this is really important to get your head around when looking at the First Legion, which is that we've got big heavy hitters in the history of the Imperium. So we've got, of course, the Emperor, we've got the Sigillite, and we've got Constantine Valdor. They were kind of like the triad of the most important people. But amongst those as well was the master of the First Legion. And it got to the point where, because they were the only legion and the biggest legion, and the most important, they really were a law unto themselves. They could go and take whatever planets that they wanted to, and they decided a lot of the early Great Crusade kind of path as well. And they would fight. They would, of course, fight alongside the Emperor. But what you would have is expedition fleets going out that were led by First Legion commanders, and they would do their own thing. What eventually, though, happens is that they kind of become quite arrogant and full of hubris. And because there's quite a lot of secrecy that shrouds the First Legion, there is quite a lot of internal politicking as well that takes place. And sort of as you move through sort of beyond the line captain, you kind of find out more and more about the Legion and these secret orders that are within it. And that just foments this kind of like this secrecy and this internal politicking that takes place within the First Legion. So one of the kind of bits of lore surrounding the First Legion is that what kind of happens is that they see failures in campaigns as weakness of themselves, so they don't adapt very quickly to the changing the changing field of the Great Crusade. So they come across different Xenos races and different parts of like offshoots of humanity that originally went out in the sort of the golden age of technology, and the Dark Angels are incapable of adapting very well despite having the 6 wings. And this lack of adaptation they put down to, well, if we lose 10,000 Marines in this campaign, we deserve to lose 10,000 Marines in this campaign, because they were clearly the weakest of us within the Legion. And because of that, they hemorrhage a large amount of legionaries. Despite being the biggest legion, they do hemorrhage quite a lot of legionaries. What happens is then that there's a campaign that they go on where they lose a whole host of legionaries, including the Master of the Legion. And then what you have from that point on is quite a lot of internal politicking about who should become the Master of the Legion. So much so with this internal politicking that basically what you find is quite a lot of commanders and then their cohorts that they're fighting with stop fighting. They remove themselves from the campaigns at the edges and the fringes of the Great Crusade, and then they come back to, and then they sort of come back to the center in order to decide. So for them, the Dark Angels' Great Crusade is kind of like put on hold, and so much so that the Sigillite has to intervene, and then they can't decide amongst themselves who should become the Master of the Order. So the Sigillite basically says, "Look, you need a warrior," and he says, this basic line captain should become the master of this order. So somebody who isn't indoctrinated into any secrets of the First Legion is just a very basic line captain, because the Sigillite and you can infer the Emperor kind of say, you know what, the First Legion need to kick up the arse, and we're just going to put a warrior at the head rather than kind of like a politician at the head of the order. And then from there, they kind of get back on track. So this line captain kind of puts the whole Legion back on track, and they get back to doing what they do best. Eventually, they find this world of Caliban, and on Caliban, they find their Primarch, Lionel Johnson. Now, what the history of Caliban is really interesting. So the way it's portrayed within the Black Library novels is that it's a world that's almost like a death world. It's a forest world as well, that has been infused with like the touch of chaos, and as a result, like normal lions and creatures and deers have become so sort of like morphed out of control by the touch of chaos that they've become basically like these weird mix between like demons and lions and demons and stags, and they're really, really horrible, quite frightening creatures. And what these knightly orders on Caliban do, and they do have quite a lot of they do have fairly advanced technology, but also they're not a particularly advanced civilization in the sense that everything about their world is driven by fighting these beasts. And you'll have different knightly orders around Caliban, and often that they'll fight for territory, or that, and they'll fight against each other. But the lion, after he's found by Luther, who was kind of like the head of an order called the Order, kind of takes control, and the lion kind of says, look, we're going to destroy all these creatures. Caliban is going to be rid of all these horrible, warp infested creatures, and they go on a kind of like a great hunt and destroy them. And then as a result of that, they unite the planet, but at the cost of some orders who go up against the lion as well. So there is a bit of a crusade on the planet for the lion to take over. And I think that the lion's kind of early childhood, he's brought up on Caliban on his own, and part of the rationale of sort of the secrecy behind the lion and why he's so taciturn is because he grew up on his own. It wasn't until much later in his youth that Luther found him when he was on a hunt, and so he's always been quite a solitary person. He's always the Primarch, and as a result that perpetuates this idea of secrecy. So you've got secrecy within the Legion where it's fighting on terror and in the initial stages of the Great Crusade, and then that's further perpetuated by the fact that the lion doesn't really ever trust anybody too much because of those kind of very early formative years. He's always been on his own. He's always been very taciturn, and that creates quite a lot of tension between him and his brothers, because he's always shrouded in kind of secrecy, and that it always seems as a result that he kind of has an agenda as well. I think it's worth just touching on each of the wings before we move on and have a look at the colour plates. So where I was saying before that they were the jack of all trades, there are 6 wings or 6 hosts that consist of the Dark Angels. So they and what you'll find is that you might have a tactical squad that comprises of different people within different wings. And when the wing is kind of called to battle, then those people will stop out of that unit that they're in, and they will go and fight in their wing. So they've got an interesting kind of like structure to their Legion. And I think that in terms of gameplay, what you're inevitably going to do is form your army around one of these wings, because you can leverage the rights of war from there. So the first one is the Storm Wing, and that is mainly composing of sort of like infantry and massed legionary assaults, and so that's that one. So if you are interested in massive tactical squads, massive breacher squads, Stormwing is the one for you. They have the Death Wing, which is their more elite company. So we're talking Terminators, veterans, but also we're talking Life Wards as well. So Praetor kind of characters, or Praetors within the Legion would often have these Deathwing Life Wards with them, which would be their bodyguard, their retinue that would follow them around and protect them. And for that, really, you're kind of thinking Pride of the Legion, but on steroids. That's kind of what you're thinking if you make your build around this one. We've got the Raven Wing, which is all about mobile attack, but also focuses quite heavily on recon companies as well. So I didn't realise that until I was researching it. So I always put it down to sort of javelins, land speeders, bikes, and jet bikes, but actually they use quite a lot of recon companies within that wing, which is an interesting one. So if bikes are your thing, that's the one to go down. Dreadwing, which I think is probably one of the coolest ones because of the characterization within the novels, because we hear quite a lot about the Dreadwing. So the Dreadwing was, their total philosophy was about salting the earth. So if rad, plasma, and complete and utter destruction and purging of the enemy is your jam, then Dreadwing is yours your the one you want to go down. And they've got some really cool models, some really cool units. So the Interemptors, for example, are entirely based around the Dreadwing. And so that might be a one for you. I think the thing around that in terms of gameplay perspective, you have to play it quite mechanized because all your troops need to be in vehicles, or at least in the previous edition. I'm not quite sure with this one, but
I think it might have changed now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because that was always a limitation with it. But if you want to salt the earth and completely annihilate your enemy, then Dreadwing is the one for you. Iron Wing is entirely really mechanized and is all about tanks, dreadnoughts, and field artillery. So when there was a nut to be cracked and it needed something heavy, that was the one to go to. And then finally, the Fire Wing. So the Fire Wing are the more subtle assassins of the Legion, and they would take out sort of like priority targets. They would hunt people down. And the best way that you can describe it is that if you needed a knife in the dark, then you would call upon the Fire Wing to execute your kind of orders. But as a result of that, because they were the assassins of the Legion, the Fire Wing were also the smallest kind of like wing of the entire Legion as well, with the Storm Wing being the biggest and the Fire Wing being the smallest as well. If we have a look at a few of the colour plates. So you can see with the heraldry, it's black and red and silver, but also you're going to have to learn how to either paint checks or learn how to do check transfers as well, because that's a theme that keeps on coming up time and time again. The transfer sheet is a really interesting one. There's lots of really cool like iconography, but I would really recommend, if you choose to do this Legion, try and learn how to do overlapping transfers, because I think that really, that idea of like the orders within the Legion and the hosts, and that people can be part of different hosts as well, and that overlapping transfers, I think, is a really nice way to demonstrate that through your models as well. Let's look at the next one.
It's just one thing with that. Also, if you want to do a certain wing and you've got a mate who wants to do another wing, like swap transfers, because you only get a limited kind of symbols for the wing. John's putting his hand up again.
Great job.
That's school, mate.
No, sorry, I was moving my lamp out of the way, actually.
I thought you were asking the question.
Yeah, although you've now got the opportunity, John, if you want to add anything to that, you can.
Do I want to add anything to it? I would. I think this is a really it's kind of black and silver, which kind of on the surface looks kind of really kind of plain, but there's loads and loads of ways of adding like really nice depth to the black, using like purple inks, green inks, blue inks, the reds and the kind of silvers. I think you can make this look really, really striking, but also kind of quite sinister. I kind of really like the sinister nature of the.
I really like what you did, Rob, with the was it the Incubi Darkness you used for the Dreadwing? Just it's not really what the colour plates show, but it just I don't know. It's just a bit different, isn't it? Just You just want to stand out on the table. So I've seen really cool ones that are just black and then sort of use like rust and things like that. But should we have a look at the next colour plate as well? So that they've got some of the coolest, I think, transfers in terms of their larger transfers. So like they've got this Angel of Death, the Grim Reaper with a sword, which just looks so cool on a banner, but also on the side of a vehicle as well. It's easily one of the best ones. And I think that this is the Knights of Novian that we were talking about previously. So in terms of legions, it's quite like there's quite a lot going on. And I think that's I think that's the thing about painting these, is that there is quite a lot going on. So if you're moving down this route, I think that you prepare for a bit of a slog, especially with the companions and the Interemptors. With the Zenobian, because there's a whole lot to paint on them. So they're not for the faint of hearted. Yeah.
Cool. And then let's just finally have a look at the books, and then we can talk about each one of those. So I've chosen 3 books here. 2 of them are done by Gav Thorpe, and one is done by Dan Abnett. So I've put in a 40k book, which is quite an old book now. It must be bordering on 15, 20 years old, this book, I think. But this Angels of Darkness is a great one to start on, because what you have in this book is basically an interrogation, and the book is entirely interrogation of one of the chaplains of the Dark Angels in 40k interviewing one of the Fallen. And that character who he interviews is one of the reoccurring characters within the 30K novels as well. He's one of the kind of like the senior captains within the Dark Angels, and it's really interesting to see from that fallen Dark Angel's perspective the heresy through the lens. So I would actually start with this book, Angels of Darkness, because then you'll know who exactly this character is when it comes to when you see him in the novels, because he plays a really quite an important role on Caliban throughout the time of the heresy. And it's not Luther, but it's another character who will become quite close to him. So start with that one. And you find out a little bit of a secret at the end of Angels of Darkness as well. The next one I would have a look at is Unremembered Empire. So that is a really interesting take, and I think that's more interesting from the perspective of how the other Primarchs view the Lion. So basically, the book is really told through the perspective of the Ultramarines and told through the perspective of Roberto Guilliman, but because it's told through that perspective, you get to see how the other brothers perceive the Lion, and you get to perceive that secrecy, how he's shrouded, why he's so taciturn, or how his other brothers interpret it as well. But also you get to see some cool scenes between Kurz and the Lion, and you get to see how much of a dick kicker Kurz is within the books, but you get to see some really cool action sequences of the Lion. And Angels of Caliban is, I guess, the most recent, well, I suppose not, because you've got the Ruin Storm, but it largely centers around the campaign on Macrage for the Lion to capture Kurz. But throughout that period, you also get to see the Dreadwing in action as well, and how the hosts are formed together. So basically, that it will be they'll let out the call to the entire Legion to be like, we call the Dreadwing, and then how that then formation, sort of like Thunderbird style, kind of they come together, and different vehicles are released at different times according to which wing will be chosen. So I think that those three books are a great starting point if you want to have a look at Dark Angel sort of mythology, lore, and their place within the kind of the heresy arc as well. Anything else anybody wants to add about Dark Angels?
I think the Unremembered Empire is a great one.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like you said, just to sort of back up what you've just said. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah.
So for me personally, I mean, I used to collect Dark Angels, and I think they're probably one of my favourite legions, and I don't particularly like any of the Horus Heresy series books involving the Dark Angels. I just don't think they do it justice. I don't think they go into the layers of like the secrecy, like Angels of Caliban. Like they're just almost like bumbling fucking idiots that like they can't beat a bunch of civilians being run by Kurz, and you just think like, well, this is meant to be like the First Legion. They're literally the destroyers. They are the Emperor's destroyers. I don't know, like, but what I would suggest is if you can get hold of it or a PDF copy, is the Black Books. Was it book 9 they were in? I can't remember.
Book 9, yeah.
I would say that, because although it was written after Alan Bligh had passed away, a lot of his notes were used to write that book. And I think that gives a more kind of accurate, like, it for me personally, like everyone has their own way of how they see things, but I don't know, I just always find that the Dark Angels are kind of a bit shit in the books. And actually they were literally the Emperor's destroyers. If there was something that was horrendous out there, the Emperor would send the First Legion, and I don't know, they just always seem a bit crap in the books. So it's just my personal.
I think Angels of Caliban specifically, it kind of also, like, the Lion was kind of a bit of a loner, but kind of more headstrong. I think he was very kind of forthright in his opinions, and I think Angels of Caliban just portrays him as a bit of a knobhead. He's kind of he's quite not even unlovable, because he's kind of unrelatable. He's just like, he's a sort of person that you just think, oh, I just don't want nothing to do then. Because actually, I think he's got a really interesting backstory and kind of a really kind of complex personality. Yeah, there's that whole kind of meme of obviously the Dark Angels of, well, are they traitors or are they loyalists? And I think there is an internal conflict within the Lion because of his kind of secretive nature that isn't really got across that well in a lot of the novels.
No, and I think that this is, for me, this is one of the problems with the novels as a whole in terms of the Dark Angels arc, which is that, and it's to some extent it's the same with the Alpha Legion, is that you want to know about it, but what they've done is they've gone, well, we don't really want to tell you about it because they're a super secret legion, so we're not going to tell you that much. And you're like, I'm an adult now. I don't need to sort of, I don't need sort of, sort of fake suspense in my life. I just want the answers to the questions that I've got. And I think that as a result, I think that they started on 2 duffers of books. Then they had the arc with Imperium Secundus, which got slightly better. But I think those 3 books probably will give you the best kind of view of the overall. I think
is it Angels of Caliban where the Dreadwing all kind of pull up in a line and
that's it.
Who's the guy in charge of them?
I was going to say Fafnir Ram, but it's not that. But it's kind of like a similar name to that.
I can't think what the name is. And he climbs on top of a Spartan and starts chanting, "We are deaf, we have come," and then they all start chanting it.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the most bitch basic, like fucking child's book nonsense I've ever read in my life. It was just like, it was pain. I had to stop reading at that point. I was like, this is just fucking ridiculous. It just sounded so childish. I was like, they're all just chanting, "We are deaf, we have come." I'm like, fuck off. Like,
I think as part of a wider point, I think Unremembered Empire is one of those books, if you haven't read it, you need to, because there's it's a kind of a crossroads for a lot of story arcs.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those ones where, you can get an awful lot done in that book. I think and also as well, Angels of Darkness. I read that some years ago, and really, really good. Like,
Angels of Darkness, is that?
Is it the second? I think it's the second book. Is it in the Dark Angels arc?
Okay.
Oh no, Angels of Darkness is that one. That's the 40 character.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I've read that. That's a good one. Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'll check that out. I haven't read that. Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's great. Let's have a look at the next Legion we've got on offer today, which is the Scars.
Scars. Oh yeah. So it's my turn. Cool. Okay. So here we go. So I've got a bit of blurb. So bear with me. Cool. So 5th Legion, the White Scars. At the beginning, these guys were pretty much the Emperor's scouts from the get-go. From the armies of unification, it was their job to sort of run ahead of everybody else, patrolling the borders of the old empire. But with this, these guys were sort of separated from everybody else, and they rarely mixed with any of the other hosts of the unification wars. So they were years and years they were away from the sort of centre of the conflict. So when the Emperor started to press out of the Sol system, the Scars were amongst the first of the legions to depart, but they were split into 100 different companies. These were called the Pioneer Companies, which is pretty cool. And we'll get to them in a little bit because they're really cool. Each sort of a tiny legion in themselves, and again, these guys shot off, out into the stars, separated by such vast distances. They sort of slowly began to lose any sort of sense of unity and things like that. And at this time is when the Scars really mastered that hit and run style of warfare that I think they're kind of famed for. And that was out of necessity, really. And they would spend sort of time testing enemy defenses, tactics, and then they'd relay everything back to the expeditionary fleets. And then they'd turn up and then bring the Emperor's Fist and show them what's what. But this was costly as well for these guys because they're very much of the thinking that they were willing to sacrifice everything in the name of victory. So the numbers were dwindling quite quickly, and it wasn't until Jagatai was discovered this kind of all started to change. Which takes us to Chagorus. And Chagorus, I didn't know this, was not discovered by one of the Pioneer companies, but by a fleet of the 16th Legion, accompanied by Horus and the Emperor. Jagatai grew up and he was adopted by a Khan of one of the local nomadic tribes. And he grew up facing the trials of the people of Chagorus. And these guys had been subjected to hundreds of years of tribal raids, wars and feuds, slave raids, hunting parties, all people from the southern empires of Chagoris coming up to try and sort of take a piece of them. There was a point that Jagatai's adoptive father and his Keshik were killed by a rival tribe. And according to Chagorian culture, this would demand like retaliation. So rather than sort of hit back and just kill a few of the rival clan warriors, and just then they'll sort of be caught in this sort of endless cycle of feud, Jagatai went sort of kind of full Angron, and then went after the opposing tribe, slaughtered absolutely everybody, took everybody out, left nobody alive. And then from this reputation, he sort of gained this reputation of this cruel guy who shows little mercy to sort of any of the other tribes across the Empty Quarter, which is the other name for the western plains of Chagoris, which again I didn't know about. This is pretty cool. And then with that, he went on to attack each tribe in turn and offered them a sort of a choice of life or death. And there were hardly anybody opposed him. And those who submitted freely to him, he took them in, and they became his Keshik, and they fought at his side, which is sweet. So after a few short decades later, the nomadic tribes were all unified under his control, and then he was named the Khan of Khans. And later on, the ruler of Chagoris, after binding all the fractured tribes of the hinterlands, and then conquered all the lands to the east, and he subjugated the entire planet to his will. So when Jagatai took full authority of the Fifth Legion, he started then recruiting from his homeworld. He also put out like a grand summons to all the scattered pioneer companies to assemble on Chagoris. Now this took nearly a decade for them all to arrive because they were so far off, also sort of scattered. And then when they eventually did arrive at Chagoris, each company kept themselves to themselves, and they eyed everybody else with suspicion. Jagatai eventually managed to unite them as a legion using the Chagorian hill tribe rituals and traditions. And eventually they were named the White Scars after they were unified. So the peak of the Legion at this point was around about 95,000 legionnaires, and Jagatai split up the pioneer companies, mixing the warriors of different origin together with new recruits from Chagoris. And these were all formed into hordes of varying size, anything from 5,000 to 20,000 strong. And a horde only stood above a brotherhood in the legion structure. Now, a brotherhood is the rough equivalent of a standard company. And again, they also varied in size. Some were only a couple of hundred, others were several thousand. And the majority of the brotherhoods were trained to operate as skirmish and rapid strike units. And they had the rapid transport and the jet bikes, again, which we kind of, I think when you think of the White Scars, you think of that fast attack and the jet bikes and the land speeders, etc. So I think it's kind of worth mentioning about the pioneer companies, just going back just a second. So they were sort of autonomous companies, and they had they had hardly any contact with each other, and with that they had their own sort of traditions and rituals and things like that. And again, these varied in size, anything from 500 to 3,000. So, and even though they were spread kind of thin and they had hardly any reinforcements from Terra because it was so scarce, they traveled as they were traveling. They would sort of recruit from the worlds they were traveling past and sort of conquering at the time. And Ferrus Manus and Lehman Russ both took issue with this problem. With the way they were acting, because apparently the Fifth were known to encroach upon territory that was promised to the more established legions. I didn't know about that. That's really cool. Cool. And there's a great line in the Black Book, and I'll read it out here. It says, "Only the direct intervention of Horus Lupercal is known to have prevented the censure of the Fifth's errant warriors." I thought that's
interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know any of this. So I just kind of thought that, creating a pioneer company could be a really cool way of creating like a themed force. You could have your own conversions, heraldry, you could, all sorts of little bits of flavor and things like that, which would be really cool to have a sort of like late Crusade era kind of force. So that's kind of it. That's kind of it from a little bit of blurb, which and then when the heresy kicked off, yeah, they were they weren't the most trustworthy. They didn't spend a lot of time mixing with the other legions. I think the only other person that Jagatai was close to was Magnus. I think there's kind of quite a few comparisons, but it's quite similar. I think Jagatai and maybe Magnus and maybe the Lion, after what you just said, Rob. Of that kind of keeping themselves to themselves, and they've kind of especially with Magnus as well. You know, he was obviously seen as
I think that from my understanding that Magnus and so Magnus was always meant to be absolutely loyal to the Emperor, but also Jagatai and Magnus had worked together quite closely on the Librarius project. So as a result, there was a connection there, because the Stormseers, who were basically the librarians of the Legion, were quite prominent, and they weren't just sort of librarians in the normal sense. They were also kind of I guess I want to say elders of the Legion, but they were sages and people that you would go to for advice and would advise the Khan and they were quite learned sort of mentors, rather than just being sort of a blunt psychic tool to use as well. So
cool. Can we flick to the next slide, please, Lee? Yeah, so cool. These yes, very nice. So yeah, guys, if you want to have a go at scars, I guess you've got to be comfortable with painting white, and white can be quite a tricky one. I think an airbrush is the order of the day, definitely. What are your thoughts on painting white, Rob, as the man who does the most painting?
I mean, you can brush paint it. I mean, Phil, that we know, brush paints it.
He does. Of course.
He's an absolute lunatic. I mean, he's but they do look great. I think I think with white, it's a super interesting color about what you then shade it with, if you choose to shade it, and what color you shade it with. I think Liam, who me and Lee know really well, he kind of I actually think he was the one who pioneered the blue in the shadows.
Right.
But I've always felt that blue is perhaps the incorrect color to shade it with the scars, because I feel it's quite cold. Whereas I feel they're a legion that's full of passion, and they laugh when they fight, but not in a cold, calculating way. They're driven by their passion and their lusts as well. So I think it's an interesting how you would approach that, and how you would show that through the paint scheme. Perhaps shading it with some very, very light browns perhaps might be better than going with a blue. But then if you want blue, do blue. It's just my opinion. But I think the real thing you've got to get good at, especially on the marine level, is doing the triangular kind of
like the jags,
scars and the teeth, I guess. Because you're going to need to be really precise, because it looks fantastic when it's done well, but when it's not done well, it looks terrible.
It does look terrible.
And I think that's the thing about it. You either got to do it well or don't do it at all. And I think you want a lot of practiced Marines. Don't do it on your first bunch. Get some 5 practiced Marines to do it on and spend some time doing it and getting it right that way. But there's lots of tutorials for white out there, but it's all a matter of whether you have an airbrush, I think, and how heavily battle damage you want to do them. But I've not figured out the key to unlocking white scars yet. I think the one I'm still pondering how to do.
Cool. Yeah, on the right hand side we've got the Ebon Keshi, which is part of the Terminator Elite, the guys with the power glaives. Yeah, they're really cool. Don't really see that unit on the tabletop. I don't think I've seen it yet.
They're not. I think they're not a scoring unit, and there's particular you can only put characters with them if they've got a certain rule, the Ebon Keshig rule, and then basically nobody has the Ebon Keshig rule, so you can't Death Star them, there are a few things around them. I don't know if they've been changed in this latest edition, though. I don't know. I'm not a huge scars aficionado to know really. But
going back to the painting white, I'd be tempted to actually not really use a great deal of white on the model. I'd be tempted to almost look at the colour plate and use kind of like a really sort of really pale greys, almost like a browny greys. Yeah. A lot of the Tamiya ranges have some really, really phenomenal kind of like warmy sort of brown light greys. and actually just use the white as kind of like a real kind of pinpoint kind of highlight color.
Yeah, Andy Wardle. That's what Andy Wardle did, wasn't it? He shaded it with browns, and I think that worked really well.
Yeah, I think for a weird time, the Evan Cache were out of stock with Forge for quite a long time. Like they just disappeared off the website for a number of months. So that might explain why they're kind of not kind of quite as common as you would think. Because they look bloody awesome. And again, rules was really strong as well. So
right, cool.
I think there's another colour plate, is there, Lee?
Yeah, got another one. Yeah, the heraldry's great.
Yeah, the heraldry's phenomenal.
Again,
you just have to town on this, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sort of going back to what I was saying about the pioneer companies, you could just do whatever you want, really. You know, you could just get some custom made transfers if you want to go that far for it. If you want to go that into it, yeah, that's just really cool. So
the opportunities for conversion are immense, but the bits for conversion that GW supply are not that many. So I think that there are some bits, but you often see those bits time and time again from army to army to army. Like the Space Wolf range has a whole a whole shed load of things that you can use from GW, but White Stars is less so. So you might need to go 3D printed bits, I think, or
something like that. Cool. You take us to the books, please, Lee. Oh, sorry, John, you were going to say?
Well, we were about to say we don't know what's coming. You never know. We might see a couple of kind of upgrade kits or new kits that really diversify.
So in saying that, I do think some of the Space Wolves bits work for Scars as well. Yeah. If you want that kind of savage tribal look, but yeah,
that's cool. And it takes us to possibly the best books in the Heresy, especially the one on the right. I think Path of Heaven's up there with it's top 5, isn't it? So Scars. There's it's the split between the Truran side of the Legion and the sort of Terran side of the Legion. That's the main. The main setting for that one, and the Alpha Legion are in there. Russ is in there for a while, and then I think is it at the end of this we are introduced to the is it the Sagia Mazan, or is that the
beginning? No, you're right. So you're absolutely spot on. So basically, the at the end of it, the Sagia Mazan are sent off as punishment for
Suicide Squad, aren't they? Almost,
exactly.
Cool. And then Path of Heaven, it's a little bit further on in the timeline, and it's so good. It's worth a couple of reads. It's fantastic. Basically, the Scars trying to get back to Terra.
I think it's about 4 or 5 years on, and so it's quite far later, and basically you've got a legion that was always on the fringes, being encircled by the traitor legions, and then their decision that they've got to make, and this kind of crucible point that they've got to make. And as you say, two, I think, of the best books within the Horus Heresy series.
It's quite a dark book, isn't it? The Path of Heaven. It's quite moody.
Well, get your hankies out,
absolutely.
Real moments in that are really quite sad. And
the dark glass, the thing with the dark glass at the end, the sort of Golden Throne sort of knockoff. It's fantastic. But I don't want to give too much away because they're both fantastic. Definitely worth checking out. And then some other books, Brotherhood of the Storm, worth checking out, and then obviously Warhawk, part of the Siege of Terror series. And again, won't give too much away. But there's a big ruckus between Jagatai and Mortarion.
That starts off in Scars, right? That's the end of the arc.
It's the end of that sort of They have a few scuffles over the way.
You can't really read Warhawk without having read Scars and Path of Heaven.
No.
Those are two.
Definitely add to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Cool. Cheers, guys.
Right. I think we will take a break there, and then we shall come back because it's me followed by me followed by me again. So let's take a break there, and then when we return, we shall come back for the 6th Legion, Vilca Fenrica. Cheers, guys. Welcome back for the 6th Legion, and it's me followed by me followed by me on this one because I'm doing the Imperial Fists and doing Blood Angels as well. So I find with the legions that it's all very convenient that what they were like on Terra was very similar to what they were like on the home world of their where their Primarch was found, and none more so than the Space Wolves. So in terms of unification, Sixth Legion and early Great Crusade, it's really interesting the trajectory that they take, because the initial Legion was very much like how we see the World Eaters now, which is absolutely blood-maddened, bestial kind of legionaries that just completely lost control. So the Emperor specifically went out of his way, and the Sixth Legion specifically went out of their way during the unification period, or late unification period in the early Great Crusade, to choose recruits from the most barbaric, most inhospitable places, but also from the most hyper-violent clans and cultures that Terra had to offer. And so I think from that you can infer that there was always a plan for the Sixth Legion. The gene seed is an interesting one with the Sixth Legion as well. And within the novels, and also the Black Legion books as well, the Sixth Legion are always said to be quite a small legion. And the reason for that is because the gene seed was actually prone to fatal rejection. So actually, many of their recruits they just lost or at a very early stage because of the flaw within the gene seed. Now we know this as the Canis helix, and we know that from 40k, which is that they get these long teeth and then they become quite wolf-like as well. But the knock-on effect is that it made the legionaries quite bestial, and it isn't very noticeable early on, but as time goes on, the Canis helix has more of an effect on the legionaries, and we can see that with the 40k like Wolfen, basically, essentially that they lose themselves to madness. So it's not, although the Wolfen are kind of like associated with Fenris because we're associated with wolves, actually a lot of that comes from their gene seed as opposed from anything to do with Fenris. They were the smallest legion, but they were also the slowest to grow as well because of this. But because they were so bestial in their in the way that they prosecuted war, they had the biggest disciplinary cohorts within of all the legions. So basically, the ones who could hold their shit together within the legion were consigned to these sort of disciplinary cohorts, and those guys were almost like the commissars of the legion and would take out legionaries if they just got too feral, but would also sanction legionaries as well on and off the battlefield. They were so bestial in the way that they approached the war that very early on in the Great Crusade, the Sixth Legion, not the Space Wolves, they get this name called the Rout, and the Rout is a name associated with jackals that would hunt ferociously, and it was a name that was almost supposed to be taking the piss out of them, and people would call them the Rout behind their back because of the way that they prosecuted war. But by the time that Lehman Russ takes over, he kind of owns it, and within the novels they call themselves often the Rout. So it's really interesting that the Rout is a name that's meant to be a slur on their honor in the very early on, but eventually they adopt it and kind of like that's how they prosecute war. They are the Space Wolves, or the Vilca Femerica, and the Sixth Legion were, because of their small numbers, like Lee was saying in our last episode with the Emperor's Children, because they're such a small legion, they were often associated with militia or sailor auxiliary forces, or would work quite closely with other, or quite early on, they had to work quite closely with other legions in order to prosecute campaigns. but they were all about shock, assault, and brutally swift actions. I mean, that was their whole purpose. Similar in some ways to the Sons of Horus, but they were much more destructive in the way that they approach their campaigns. You know, Horus would often go for the head of the snake, whereas Rus would just, or the Sixth Legion would just be complete brutal annihilation of whatever fortress that they were trying to conquer. They isolated themselves, though, as time went on. Nobody really wanted to fight with the Sixth Legion because they were absolutely nuts on the battlefield, and they were not very reliable. But they also isolate themselves because kind of three main factors, really, the Sixth Legion, and it would be the same when Leman Russ took over, which is that they were always perceived to be the hand of punishment by the Emperor. They often went on quite secretive missions that nobody kind of like knew about. And then the third arm of it as well is that by the time that Leman Russ kind of takes over, they, because of the homeworld of Fenris, they adopt quite a lot of idiosyncrasy within their legion. So you can see that within the fact that they have rune priests and they dabble in the warp, despite the fact that they say, you know, they sanction legions for dabbling in the warp. And because of those kind of like three factors, by the time that the heresy kicks off, they are seen as quite a lone and solitary legion, but they basically don't give two fucks about it. They're just like, this is who we are, this is the tool that the Emperor has made us out to be, and this is our fate. And you can see that within the Prospero Burns book, that they know who they are, and they're really comfortable with who they are as a legion, and as a result they see themselves as the most loyal of all legions. Russ has got an interesting story. So similar to many other Primarchs, he basically rises to take control of the death world of Fenris, which is basically like an ice world, and recruits are eventually taken from there. But there's quite a lot of stories, as you would expect, with sort of like Norse mythology that they kind of lean into. So one of the stories is that he's raised by a wolf, a giant mother wolf, and then his two brothers are Freki and Jerry. And then he's, you know, as a youth, he's literally, you know, similar to like Romulus and Remus, he is raised by these wolves. And he's eventually found by some of the tribesmen of the Russ, and they kind of like, holy crap, this is actually a boy, not a wolf. And they kill his mother. So Russ goes into an absolutely mad, frenzied rage. But eventually they stop fighting because they realize that he's not a wolf, he's actually a man. And, you know, like all the stories of the Primarchs, he takes over his world and he conquers, and he becomes Leman of the Russ. And then throughout the sector where Fenris is, you know, stories of Russ begin to percolate, and then the Great Crusade and the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade kind of hear wind of what can only be a Primarch. The Emperor comes to Fenris, and he doesn't initially say who he is, but Russ challenges him to three different kind of bouts. So the first one is an eating competition, which Russ wins. The second one is a drinking competition, which Russ wins, and then the next one is a fight, basically a duel. But the Emperor gets quite cross with Russ at this point. You know, he just sees him as basically a drinking drunken lout, and he gets super cross with him. So he takes off his cloak, like he's in his regalia of like his beautiful armor, and the Emperor just fucking one punches him, and then from there Leman is like, you're my daddy, and I will follow you. So yeah, so an interesting, and I think that what's really interesting is that those kind of stories are not unfamiliar to things that we see within Norse mythology. So Thor is, you know, is always seen a bit of a drunkard and eats loads and stuff like that. So there's definitely some like similarities that the Black Library and the lore masters over at GW have kind of linked in. Russ obviously takes on the Legion, the Sixth Legion, which is completely bestial, but he adds discipline to their order in a way that they previously hadn't done. And he kind of hones that savagery in a way that hadn't been honed even by the disciplinary masters of the cohort. And one of the very first campaigns that they go on is the Wheel of Fire campaign, which is quite a famous campaign in terms of the Great Crusade, which is they fight against an awful lot of Xenos races, but some of them being the Orcs, and the campaign takes place in the east of the Segmentum Solar. And from that campaign, he controls the bloodlust of the Legion, and yes, they're really used as a tool, like sort of like an assassination tool by the Emperor throughout, but also a tool of sanction throughout the period of the Great Crusade. So I suspect what Black Library haven't gone into is potentially the Wolves being used as a sanction either against the 2nd or the 11th Legion, but we just don't necessarily know it just yet. And I doubt that we ever will, because there's great moments within the novels that sort of say, this is the first time that the Legions have gone against the Legions when the Space Wolves fight against 1,000 Suns, and some of the Wolves say, it's not as simple as that. But also within that, Russ is quite arrogant and takes on the mien of a sanctioner in himself. So on the Night of the Wolf, where Russ goes against Angron, because Russ feels that Angron is not prosecuting the Great Crusade in the way that he should, you find out within that tale that actually Russ was never sent by the Emperor. He just sanctioned him himself. So it's really interesting that the Vilca Fenrica see themselves as the great sanctioners, despite whether or not the Emperor sent them that way or not. But a really interesting Legion. And obviously they've lent into a lot of the Viking sort of like mythology and Norse mythology in the way that they look as well. But probably the most hypocritical of all Legions within the Astartes. Can we have a look at the colour plates now? So a really interesting one with the colour plate. So it's a really dark grey, right? Gold trims, red trims, very dark gold, very dark red as well. So the idea that kind of bluey grey that we use in 40k, probably we wouldn't associate that with Horus Heresy armies. So you're looking more something that's a Mechanica standard grey or something like that. Lots of tutorials and things like that, but they're a very dark, somber Legion as well. Let's have a look at the next one. So there are some of the vehicles, again, really, really dark grey. They've got some great colour plates within the books, and there's some great opportunities for some creativity when it comes to their transfers and comes to their shoulder pads and things like that. And you might want to think about doing those V's that we talked about with the scars as well. And in terms of books, so Prospero Burns really was the first book that really touched on gave a really great in detail depth to the Legion, and talks about their idiosyncrasies and lots of the kind of like the lore behind them. But it really ties together as well that idea of that Viking mythology. And what 40k does is kind of make them more wolfy, whereas what the stories in 30k do is make them more Viking-y. And it even for an Astartes Legion, it works really, really well. And Dan Abnett's done an absolutely fantastic job on that. The Wolf King is a short story about the battle that takes place between the Alpha Legion and the Space Wolves. So from Prospero, the Space Wolves are really on the back foot. They are, although they destroyed the 1,000 Suns, they are hammered as well in that campaign. And the Wolf King is the story of how the Alpha Legion are basically following them and pressing them and chasing them to basically what could be their annihilation until they are saved by a particular legion. But it's also a great in-depth study of Russ and the way in which the Prospero campaign has played out, and the way that Russ kind of figures out he is being manipulated by Lupercal at this point, and kind of almost the regret I think he probably would say that he didn't regret what he did, but you get this internal conflict over what's happening within the Horus Heresy. So a really interesting book, but also a great one if you're interested in Beyond the Fell-Handed in 40k lore, about how important Bjorn becomes as the kind of like right-hand man of Leman Russ within there, and kind of his story from there as well. And anybody want to add anything to the Book of Fenrica?
No, I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because I love the Space Wolves. I just find, like, I love their arrogance, but it's their arrogance that seems to make them fuck everything up during the
yeah.
It's just like the irony of, their arrogance is what makes them good, but then it also gets them into a lot of trouble. But
certainly with what happens after they come back from Terror, and then what they go and do and try and take on the Sons of Horus, you're just like, this is such an idiotic plan. Why would you do such a thing?
Yeah, I just love it, and I love the arrogance. One of the things I love is like just the image of the Emperor partaking in a drinking competition with Russ. Just like, what the fuck?
Ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah.
I can just imagine him sat there thinking, "Oh shit, what have I produced?
What has my son become?" Yeah, absolutely. Cool. All right, let's head straight to the next one then, which is the Imperial Fists. So I often think the Ultramarines are kind of held up as the pin-up boys for 40k, sort of the way in which that we perceive kind of Space Marines and how Space Marines should be. But I always associate the Imperial Fists with the absolute epitome of the Great Crusade, Crusaders, and the Imperial Truth as well. If you want a legion, a loyalist legion that really epitomizes the Great Crusade and the faithfulness to the Emperor, this is the legion.
I mean, they quite literally are the poster boys of the heresy now, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are basically. Yeah.
And they've got a lot of love in terms of rules and in terms of characters, in terms of units as well. They've got a lot of love from Forge World and from GW, but also they've maintained many of their previous units. So where we've seen a culling of a lot of units, the Imperial Fists have basically kept all of their units, and if not, they've got more with Fafnir around as well, and some really cool.
It's because they had models, didn't they? I think the Great Culling was the models that they never got around to doing yet. And the Fists were lucky to have had quite a lot of unique units.
Yeah, they had quite a lot of them as well. An interesting story, I don't know if you know this, but the original the Imperial Fist command squad, the resin one, where you've got the banner bearer and the guy holding his sword aloft like that. Do you know that one?
Yes. Yeah.
So that was the original model for Sigismund. That was the earliest kind of view, that one, or of how Sigismund would be. But they felt that didn't kind of epitomize him, as it wasn't as big and it didn't have as much kind of character as they wanted to. So they put him in a command squad and then created the Sigismund that we know from the.
It's a very Emperor's Champion 40k vibe, isn't it? That model.
That one, I think that's what they were trying to sort of lean into with there. So that was interesting one, I think. Anyway, that's by the by. So. The Imperial Fists are, they were driven by the ideals of unity, but like some of the legions that we've heard from previously, they came from all over Terra rather than coming from specific places. The way in which they selected them, though, to become full legionaries was slightly different. So when the gene seed was implanted and becoming an Imperial Fist through that operating procedure was more painful for aspirants than in any other legion. So that meant that the Imperial Fist was super picky about who they chose, and they had to undergo extraordinary amounts of pain and agony in order to become an Imperial Fist. So they were very, very specific about who they chose to become an aspirant. But as a result of that, they had to choose from all over the place rather than just choosing from a specific place, like, say, the Blood Angels. We'll find out about those guys in a bit. So they only ever took the hardiest of recruits. Their name comes from the fact that they were so closely associated with the Emperor, and we'll see later on in the Great Crusade in a moment kind of why that is. But they were described by the Emperor, or by, I think, the Sigillite, but as the hand of the Emperor, and that's where they got their name from, as the Imperial Fist. And I think that they're yellow as well, so they wanted to make their plate gold, but because the Custodes were already gold, they chose a color that was next to it, which was yellow. So they've always been associated as the Praetorians of the Emperor. The Imperial Fists were always about, even when they were just the 7th Legion and fighting on Terra, they were all about very swift campaigns that would strike at the heart of the enemy, but their philosophy of war was also that it wasn't good enough to take somewhere. You needed to take somewhere, and you needed to hold it as well. So you've got really kind of two sides of the Legion, and when you play the game, you can play it as hyper aggressive, deep striking Terminators who get up close and personal, or you can play it as Templars, or you can play this kind of like more defensive strategy. And they're two sides of the same coin with the Legion. And so in their first 10 years of campaigning just on Terra, they created 600 bastions across Terra, which I hadn't realized kind of at all, which is really interesting. So that just goes to show kind of like the kind of like the tactical acumen that they have. They not about 40 years into the Great Crusade, Dawn was found. Now, Dawn was found in the Inwit cluster, and the cluster itself, he kind of created a mini empire. He was found, he was taken by a great house on Inwit, and then eventually he rose to power. Now, Inwit really kind of is a metaphor for kind of Dawn's personality. It's cold, it's strong, it's powerful, but it's grim as well. It's a place in constant darkness and a place that's constantly, winter, similar to Fenris, but really kind of demonstrates Dawn's personality. But it was not an unsophisticated cluster. It had quite a lot of technology, and one of those pieces of technology that came from the golden age of technology was phalanx. And phalanx is one of the greatest sort of artisan masterpieces of ships. And Dawn had that before he was found. So he was traveling around the Inwit cluster before it was found in phalanx. And that's where he met the Emperor. So the Emperor came in on his ship, and Dawn met him on phalanx as well. And Dawn knew as soon as he met the Emperor that this was his father, that he would be loyal to him unto death. The relationship with the two of them is really interesting. Dawn is extremely close to the Emperor and fought at his side extremely often, and throughout the entire time of the Great Crusade, they acted as a strategic reserve to the Emperor. So if the Emperor called him, he would come. And that's because they were a highly strategic legion, but they could mobilize very, very quickly, and they could move swiftly as well. So they could be always relied upon. And as a result, they just fought with the Emperor all the time. But they also fought with other legions all the time as well because of that strategic reserve. I hadn't realized the way in which the sort of the Imperial Palace was built as well. So I was confused until I did a bit of research. But Dawn actually helped to create the Imperial Palace initially during that time of the Great Crusade. He helped to build it and helped to construct it and helped to do the initial fortification for it. But while it was becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, although there would be fortifications that would secure the Imperial Palace, they weren't enough. But because the Empire was so focused on spreading outwards, not a lot of attention was necessarily given to the Imperial Palace. So there was some sort of strategic fortifications around the palace, but the plan was always to come back to it. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. In terms of his relationship, he had quite a fractious relationship with a lot of his brothers. I think partly because of his, he's a bit arrogant, but he was somebody who brooded quite a lot and always took things quite personally. And as a result, that caused some friction between him and his brother. So, for example, Perturabo and him had this sort of kind of fateful kind of relationship where if Dawn was praised above Perturabo, then that would create, you know, friction between them. But he had that friction between other members as well. So Kurz is another good example, and he fell out with Ferrus Manus after a campaign as well. So although he's quite driven by the ideals of unity, he does come with his own problems in the sense that he dwells on stuff. He overthinks stuff, but also he rubs his brothers up the wrong way because he's so stalwart to the sort of the Imperial Creed as well. And then eventually, towards the end of the Great Crusade, when the Emperor pulls back to work on the Webway project, Dawn and the Imperial Fists are also brought back as well. And they obviously have the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace has been built by this point, but the Emperor is aware that the Imperial Palace needs to be further fortified. So Dawn comes back and is ordered back to Terra to basically become the Praetorian of the Emperor, to look after the Emperor and to fortify the Imperial Palace. The moment the Horus Heresy takes place, that fortification takes place with a purpose, which is I now need to fortify this palace against Horus. And I think that's what I didn't really understand. I could never get my head around the timeline of it, but he's brought back to fortify just because it's the center of Imperial power. But then once they find out about the Horus Heresy, he then fortifies with a particular purpose as well. And in terms of sort of his closeness to the Emperor, it's said throughout the Black Library novels, and particularly when there's books associated with the Sigillite, that secrets of the warp, but secrets more generally, are shared with Dawn above any other Primarch, because the Emperor knows that Dawn can handle those secrets. And if he's asked not to dabble in particular things, Dawn won't dabble. If he's told to follow an order, he'll just follow that order from the Emperor, which I think is really interesting. You know, he's the most loyal, or one of the most loyal of the sons of the Emperor. Should we go to the
goody two shoes?
Yeah, exactly right. Should we go to the color plates? So, if you said to me yellow as a Legion color would work, I wouldn't believe you, but it really does. The yellow and black just looks so fantastic. And it's up to you how you want to do it. You know, you've got this one on the right-hand side here, which, you know, is primarily black, like we've seen with John's, with a little accent color of the yellow, or you can go the opposite direction. It tends to be, the more black they are, the more veterans, you know, the more veteran-y that they are, the more associated with the first company that they tend to be. So with the next one. So some cool color plates. I think the one of the big things with Imperial Fists to add to their color and give them a bit of interest is obviously doing that line down their helmet, but doing a red helmet with a white stripe to represent the blood and the bone of the Legion, I think is really cool. So if you can do that stripe nicely with a brush, you know, it will look awesome. Should we go to the last, goes to the books. So there are lots of books about the Imperial Fist, because as Lee said, they are really the poster boys for the Horus Heresy. There's, of course, Praetorian of Dawn, which is really interesting. But I think that in terms of kicking ass, Saturnine is the one where they really step up the engagement against the traitors, where they've constantly been on the back foot throughout the period of the Horus Heresy and the Siege of Terra. Saturnine is where they make a decisive strike back at the enemy. And I think that this really shows the Imperial Fist at their absolute dick-kicking best, and that they really are awesome. The Lightning Tower is one of the very earliest, if not one of the very first audiobooks that was written by Dan Abnett, and it goes into detail about what Dawn fears. So it's interesting that we associate kind of fear with the Primarchs, but what his worries and concerns are about the Horus Heresy, but also some detail about his relationship with his other brothers as well. So particularly Comrade Kurz, and because Comrade Kurz during the Great Crusade, Dawn is sent to sanction him, and Conrad Kurz almost kills him, and his relationship with that. So if you want an inner workings and look at the inner workings of Dawn, the Lightning Tower is certainly one to go to. And the Lightning Tower and the idea of this tower is a constant theme throughout the Siege of Terra novels. Sanguinius constantly has flashes of Dawn and a tower, and something bad is going to happen. And I think we associate it with Bad Bastion being the tower. But it's interesting that even very, very, very early on, that they were putting the building blocks in place with this audiobook called The Lightning Tower, ready for what will take place in Sanguinius's kind of visions about what will happen with Dawn and the tower. So yeah, do you guys want to add anything to the Imperial Fists from there?
Definitely. I think this is a legion I've got quite a big affinity to. Like, I had a huge Fist army a couple of years ago. I obviously kept the part that really interested me. I think the one thing about playing with the Fists is the fact that they are really adaptable. Like, you can play infantry heavy, you can play really super aggressive, you can play really defensive, and also you can cram a lot of vehicles in.
Yeah.
But from a novel's perspective, Saturnine is such a winner. I think for me, I think it's the best of the Heresy novels so far. And I think I know it's a slightly contentious choice, but it has got some great action, both sort of, the whole Saturnine Gambit angle. You've got Dawn sort of releasing Sanguinius, sort of, not Sanguinius, Sigismund, sorry. Finally sort of, taking the reins off. And if you've read the latest Sigismund sort of, I don't want to say Primarch book, but the Primarch-esque book that they've done for Sigismund, there's a really interesting part that the first kind of third of the story is all about the aspirants and how they're recruited, but also that a lot of them, including Sigismund himself, there was it was 50-50 whether he was going to end up an Imperial Fist or a Night Lord.
Right, interesting.
And they've got a lot of sort of similar kind of character traits, the two legions, but obviously very much at odds with each other. And that's some really kind of nice kind of callbacks to other novels within the series as well. That's
really interesting, actually. Yeah, because that's certainly one of the things that Lightning Tower talks about within that book. And I can't remember it now, but there's another there's a pair of books, The Lightning Tower, and then another one that's to do with the Night Lords as well. So it's interesting that comes up time and time again, and the friction between those two legions. So that's interesting that they it's a 50-50 whether we become a Night Lord or an Imperial Fist. I'll have to check that book out. Awesome. Cool. Right. Let's Lee, did you want to say anything? It's just
fuck him.
Yeah, cool.
Right, I really want to hate Imperial Fists, but they are cool as fuck, aren't they? And even the colour schemes, like the yellow looks amazing. Like, you can do some real good weathering with it. The thing I'd say with the Siege of Terror books is it kind of, I haven't read a lot of the Heresy books involving Dawn, but the Siege of Terror books kind of shows, like you said before, he's a Primarch, but he kind of realizes that it's all on him. Like, he is literally running the entire defense, and everyone just kind of presumes, like, oh, Dawn will do it. You know what I mean? And it's like, actually, and he kind of realizes that, like, they're not, are they? Like, they kind of can't win, and it's just kind of drawing it out till they can get help. But I really like there's a scene, not to go too much into it, where the guy's going to kill himself.
Yeah, at the start of Saturnine,
Is it at the start of Saturnine? And he says to Dawn, like, would you die if you threw yourself off here? And he kind of calculates it, and it's like, no. Like 200 stories up, he's like, no, that wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't be enough. Awesome. Yeah. And I really like that. And as John said, they're quite flexible on the tabletop, but I think that really harks back to the idea that they were always used as tactical reserves, and that because they were so adaptable, which is the opposite of the Dark Angels' problems quite early on before they met the Lion, which is that they just were not flexible or adaptable in any way, shape, or form.
I would like to see like alternative Imperial Fist lists. Like I love the Templar lists. But you always see there's breaches, isn't it? That's almost what you always see. So I'd love to see people do, like a fucking jet bike army or something completely different, just to mix it up a bit with them.
Recon company or something like that.
Yeah. But they look awesome. Like, the color scheme's fucking brilliant.
Right, let's head over to the last one from me. So, the Ninth Legion, Blood Angels. So, if you like red and you like space vampires, this is the Legion for you.
You like Twilight?
So, of all the legions I looked at, this was the one that was the one I actually knew least about in terms of its history. Like, I think they are really cool, and I've read a fair all the books about them, but actually I learned the most when doing this one. So they were basically, in terms of their gene seed, so what happened is that they could take the most fucked up mutant from any rad infested area of terror or any world, implant the G seed, no matter how weak this thing or person would become, and then as a result it would make that person angelic and beautiful.
So they could take someone from Peterborough.
They could take someone from the Legion of Peterborough
and make them
an angel. Can you believe it? I do.
I can't believe
it. And they would make them beautiful. So, but on this kind of, on the surface, they were obviously beautiful and they were adored by people. And I'll come a bit more to that adoration a little bit later. But they had a very frightening and menacing kind of flaw within them, which is that, again, they absolutely were, they ravaged worlds and ravaged clans and tribes that they were forced to go against during the early Great Crusade and during the Unification period as well. So they attacked people, but what often would happen is once they've mercilessly killed everybody is they would start eating the dead as well. So you got that kind of like idea of that it's kind of like this vampire idea, and that also goes to the heart of the Legion. I'll talk about a little bit later. But what eventually ends up happening is that because they are able, and the gene seed is able to turn rad-phaged, three-armed monsters and somebody with a leg sticking out of their head, because they're able to turn those people into beautiful angelic super soldiers. What then happens is that on Terra during the later Unification period is that you have mass droves of pilgrimages of mutants basically following the Ninth Legion around, and they're kind of like adored by these people, and they hope to be selected as aspirants and as recruits. And then the Emperor and Malkador will kind of get a whiff of this, and they don't like this because this idea of pilgrimage and worshipping kind of goes against what they believe. So eventually the Ninth Legion are told to just execute all of them and mercilessly slaughter all these people who are kind of following them around Terra, wanting to become aspirants. So they really have no qualms about kind of like following orders, but also this kind of like savagery that goes along with the Blood Angels as well. And it's described, as Sanguinus's flaw, the darkness within their soul. The Sanguinus is able to kind of control once he takes over, but it is a deep-seated flaw within their Legion. One of the bizarre things about the Legion, though, is that they didn't just go around eating chunks of their enemies when they fancied it. They would also eat fallen comrades as well. So it would often be the case if a Ninth Legion company captain fell in battle, because of I think it's called the omophagia, where basically you can eat part of the Legion is decided to have something where if they can eat part of somebody, then they can get the memories from them. So what they would do is they would eat part of their commander or drink their blood, more, would be a better way to describe it. And then they would get the knowledge that that battle commander would have. So that knowledge would never be lost. Now, on the surface, it sounds like quite a good idea. It kind of sounds a bit like Highlander, right? Where you cut somebody's head and you get all their memories and all their information. But it was the other legions of Astartes didn't like it, nor did kind of like the higher echelons of the Imperium. They thought it was a very unusual thing to do, and it was a bit ritualistic in the way that they would drink the blood, and also that if somebody drank the blood of a company captain, they would take on the name of that company captain as well. And the ritualism around it, the kind of was shunned by other Legiones Astartes and as I say, kind of the higher echelons of the Imperial Army. The Imperium. One of the and I absolutely love this story, this campaign. So basically, and it links to the fact that they could basically take anybody and insert a gene seed into them and then make them into a super soldier. So they fought on a planet called the campaign itself was called the Banquet of Kibura. Now, the Banquet of Kibura went on for 12 years. It's a 12-year campaign, and the Legion was quite small at this point. Where 900 legionaries went to go and attack it and try and take it over, but it was like a post-apocalyptic, rad-phaged, mutant-filled, fucked up planet, and they were basically too eager to attack it. They went in, and then all the mutants kind of surrounded them, attacked them. So their 800 legionaries then descended into 300. So they had to adapt and change the way that they were fighting. But because the campaign went on for 12 years, what they did was they changed. They didn't go straight in, and they completely changed the way that they fought. So they did raids on particular kind of like encampments and fortresses, rather than kind of like doing full scale frontal assaults. But what they would do is often steal the children away from these mutants, and they would then implant them with the gene seed that they had lost. So over the 12 years of this campaign, their 300 legionaries then turned into 1,000 legionaries, and eventually they take the planet. And Dawn kind of is summoned, or he comes along to support them on this campaign. It's on the outer fringes, so nobody kind of knows what's going on. But basically, Dawn comes along in phalanx, is like, I'm so utterly horrified by what has happened here that we are going to expunge all knowledge from Imperial records of this. But the only reason that I'm keeping you alive is because you guys showed tactical acumen and a resilience for life that nobody else has. So you can stay alive, but don't ever talk about the Banquet of Kibura again. And that idea of the banquet is that they would just kind of like, they would help themselves to children in the middle of the night, and they would come. So in many ways, the Ninth Legion is their earliest kind of history is super sinister, but it does also link to the fact that they are able to take any horrible, disgusting mutant and then turn it into a beautiful, angelic, if flawed, legionary. Sanguinius is and again, it's all really convenient, isn't it? Like, so basically, the gene seed can turn these mutants into beautiful, angelic creatures. And where does Sanguinius drop? In a rad-phaged, infested, post-apocalyptic world full of mutants. And it's all very convenient. So he falls on Baal. He's then found by kind of like a tribe of people called the Blood, who basically worship him. And of course, he takes over the planet, but he doesn't do it by warcraft. He does it by acclamation. So, we know quite a lot from the stories that Sanguinius, once you see him, you are just besotted with him because he's so angelic and so kind and so wonderful and so altruistic. And by general acclamation across the planet, he's then becomes the ruler of the planet, not by war, but just by being chosen to be the leader of the planet. The Emperor comes, he finds out about Sanguinius in the Baal sector, and he drops on the planet, and Sanguinius says, I'm clearly your son, I'm clearly here to fight with you, but I will only fight with you if Baal is left alone. And so Baal is left untouched. There's not even an ounce of Imperial technology on the second moon of Baal that is allowed to be on the planet. One of the things that the kind of Sanguinius says is that actually we want it to be left alone, and we don't want the Imperial truth here. We want people to, I guess, believe in me, I suppose, is kind of what he's saying. And so Baal is left alone as long as Sanguinius fights wholeheartedly. The Legion is, of course, quite small, partly because of the way that it fights. But initially, kind of Sanguinius is seconded with Lupercal, and they fight alongside the Sons of Horus. So why the Sons of Horus and the Blood Angels are so closely tied together when Sanguinius takes over, and what makes the tragedy of the final encounter between Horus and Sanguinius so much worse is because no two brothers were closer than those two because of the time that they spent together and they spent fighting together. The flaw is a constant thing, though. So Sanguinius recognizes himself this bloodlust that they have in battle, this kind of like this blackness within them that they have, this darkness he describes it as. And he knows and recognizes it within himself, and it comes out particularly when in the middle of battle. But what he encourages his sons to do is that he encourages them to do things like take up poetry or take up art and things like that in order to quell the bloodlust within inside them. So these poetic and almost humanitarian studies that they do outside of war, those are the things that help calm themselves throughout the time of the Great Crusade. Eventually, towards the end of the Great Crusade, the Sanguinius and the Blood Angels as a whole legion, which is unusual in and of itself, is sent to the Cygnus cluster, where they have to do battle with, really, they're the first legion having to do battle with just nigh unstoppable demons. And it's a plan laid out by the War Master, but particularly Erebus and the Word Bearers. And Fear to Tread is the book that you can read that in. But it's a really interesting one where, again, it's made that the Blood Angels are on the cusp constantly between this, impeccable angelic creations that believe in unity to something that's quite barbaric and sinister and could be turned. And the Erebus and Horus make a calculation that basically say, if we can leverage the situation, the Cygnus campaign in the right way, we could potentially turn them to our aims because they've got this dark flaw within them. But they basically do a lot of soul searching within that campaign, and Sanguinius says, you know what, actually, no, we will not be consumed by this darkness within us. We fight for the Emperor, and from there they make their way back, well, to Imperial Secundus, and then eventually back to Terra to support the Emperor. So that's just a very brief overview of the Legion. Can we go to the first slide? So you can see a jump pack on these guys, and of course, because Sanguinius fights with wings, the Legion kind of adopts that. So they are all about shock assaults and massed assault infantry as well. And I think that plays into the fact that Sanguinius has wings, so dropping down from Starbirds and Thunderhawks or whatever from the sky, and using their jump packs. And you'll see a lot of Blood Angels armies that use jump packs. And some really cool, they've got really cool transfers, really stunning gold transfers you can use on them as well. Lots of ways to do them, but black and red seems to be the most traditional way. Let's have a look at the next one.
They're so fit. Every time I see a Blood Angel, I'm just like, I need to do an army with these guys.
That sort of cherry red and the gold looks.
My god, they're just so iconic.
Yeah, so good. And so I just think it's so interesting that basically they're just constantly trying to quell this darkness within inside them with poetry and sculpture and things like that. On a turn, they could become these hideous creatures who will go around murdering families, but
eating children.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right, let's go to the next one. So 3 books I've chosen. One that's not out just yet. So Fear to Tread, we've obviously spoken about already. The Ruin Storm charts the trajectory with the Lion Sanguinius and Guilliman, really the end of Imperium Secundus, and they're traveling back towards Terra, and how Sanguinius gets back to Terra. And then Echoes of Eternity is the next Siege of Terra book to come out. It's by Aaron Danson-Bowden, so it's going to be, I have no doubt it will be absolutely fantastic. But I think that he is the main central character and figure of this particular book, and it's all about him holding the last walls of the Imperial Palace before the rampaging traitor legions break through. And he's got some beef with Cabanda that he had from Fear to Tread that they need to finish and play out in that book, I think. Do you guys want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'm off to start a Blood Angels army. Chucking his Death Guard stuff in the bin. Yeah, that was really cool, really good. Some of the, some of the fluff that you're going about, Rob. I need to have a good read of all that.
Yeah,
it's
really,
it's really cool.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I really like Fear to Tread as well. I know some people will slate it. I like it. I think it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah.
Cool. Should we head over to the next one? All right. I think it's who's this? Is it Lee or John?
Me. It's me for this one.
Over to you.
So I had a great time with the Iron Hands. Like I really did. I think they're one of those because of kind of what happens to them so early on in the Heresy. You don't kind of hear much about them, or you don't necessarily hear much about them in their kind of own context. They kind of get bundled in with other things that we kind of will later learn about. But yeah, I really, really liked the Iron Hands, and the more and more I kind of read into them, I was kind of feeling a bit of an affinity with them, I think. So I think one of the main things is they recruited really, really heavily from Albia in their kind of pre-Great Crusade era. So the reasons being is the fact that people of Albia were kind of quite stoic in their kind of nature. But also kind of slightly kind of embittered. It was quite a relatively sort of in kind of one of the harsher sort of landscapes on Terra, and that kind of categorised the people. So you see a lot of these kind of more stoic legions like the Death Guard recruited quite heavily from Albia, as we've kind of previously touched on, and that kind of essentially kind of set the foundations for their sort of characteristics moving forwards. So at the start of the Great Crusade, they were known as the Shadow Walkers. But their Primarch was one of the first to be found. So it was kind of, Ferrus landed on this planet called Medusa, which was a world made up of kind of large amounts of, I think it was like described as sort of tectonic activity. So there were very few sort of stable places on the Earth. The Earth was kind of constantly moving, and with it, you found that the population of the planet kind of moved in these tribes or clans, and it was nomadic, and there were kind of these sort of alliances formed between clans, and wars fought for control of sort of mineral wealth and resources. And there were only sort of two more stable sort of, I guess, kind of polar parts of the planet. One was this absolutely enormous volcano called Karashi, and the other was the land of the shadows. Karashi was where Ferrus landed, and he wasn't necessarily sort of adopted. He kind of lived, again, his sort of early days as a bit of a nomad, just sort of patrolling around and performing these strange deeds that were written up in sort of nomadic folklore in this kind of collected book that the general population had, and it was called the Canticles of Travels. One of the major stories within the Canticles of Travels was how Ferrus fought this mythical beast called the Great Silver Whim, or Azinoth as it was known as, and legend goes that he drowned it in the molten lava of the volcano, and as he was doing so, the kind of the sort of living metal that this mythical beast was made of coated his hands and his forearms, and that's how he got his iron hands, for want of a better term. The Emperor kind of discovered him relatively early. It was a bit sort of by chance. He was sort of passing on by on his way to sort of, put some planet through kind of revolt down or turn some big planet into compliance. And he'd heard tale of this guy who was fighting mythical beasts with big silver hands. And he thought, that's probably my son.
That's my boy.
I better go and check this geezer out. So they make planetfall on Medusa, and the Emperor seeks out Ferrus. And Ferrus is kind of quite resistant, I think, to the Emperor's advances. He was, as we've learned, and as you talked about previously, that funnily enough, the nature of the Legion Prize, the Primarch, quite often, has similar kind of a similar sort of vein in the Primarch's personality. But he was a bit reticent, a bit sort of like, I'm not coming with you. I'm having a great time cruising around this volcano, murdering silver beasts. And in the end, the Emperor and Ferrus ended up having this enormous duel that lasted for weeks on end. And again, according to sort of folklore, destroyed huge mountain ranges with its ferocity. And eventually, after the Emperor put Ferrus in his place, he was like, maybe you are my dad. Maybe coming with you is a decent shout. So they went back to Terror, and Ferrus was put in charge of the 10th Legion, which was then renamed the Iron Hands. And then one of the first things that Ferrus did was to reorganize the Legion. The Legion followed the kind of standard kind of methodology of kind of structure. But Ferrus reorganized it into these kind of disparate kind of clans, which was an enormous boon for the Legion to begin with. And when it kind of went out on the Great Crusade, but was also, as we'll kind of come to see, was also actually kind of part of its undoing. So within the clans, each clan would have a very sort of set hierarchy and the kind of a relatively rigid structure within those clans. The idea being that often gets referred to is that each legionary was a cog in a wheel, essentially, a cog in a machine. Each legionary had a very specific job, and they needed to do it to the absolute best of their ability, and that's what they did. They did that, and then someone else did something else really well. And the idea was, by having these kind of aggregated marginal gains across the Legion, you'd have this kind of really kind of well-served and kind of well-rounded fighting force. But Ferrus was also kind of quite keen to sort of keep some of that sort of interclan rivalry going. He thought that the kind of competition would help sort of breed sort of performance. You know, if they're always sort of vying for my approval or vying to be better than the other, then we're going to keep getting better and better and better. In terms of fighting styles, they favoured kind of maybe not so much sort of attritional warfare, but certainly they used a lot of like sort of slow moving, big artillery. They were all about kind of more like their namesake, the Iron Warriors, kind of like grinding out victories, really. And they were often placed into situations where they would be facing what would conceive to be many other legions as overwhelming numbers. Their sort of determination and stoicism was what would often win them the day. You know, they would create they were really sort of tough and hard to break down, and they would eventually win out just through the ability to out-survive. They had this kind of innate ability to suffer, but it also made them quite kind of distrusting other legions and a bit sort of they often get referred to in the books as being a bit kind of bitter and angry, which is realistically is probably kind of how they were. Their reliance on technology, or not necessarily technology, but certainly on sort of machinery, meant they also formed kind of quite strong bonds with the Mechanicum, or the kind of Adeptus Mechanicus, which is why you do often see these kind of very close ties in some of the books, and also on the battlefield as well. They would have a lot of indentured Mechanicum. They wouldn't necessarily fight alongside. They would bring a lot of elements of the Mechanicus into the Legion itself. And obviously, Ferrus was a great sort of tinkerer and maker of things. Sort of early in the kind of Crusades, they were often sent to deal with areas where there were lots of kind of big infestations. Namely, they fought a lot of orcs, a lot of Xenos, and they were also at one of the bigger legions. They were often at the very kind of the vanguard of a lot of these kind of big operations. They were the people that would essentially form the wall for which the waves of their kind of opponents would break against, and that's kind of, I guess, kind of how they were until the outbreak of the Heresy. They were obviously featured when we kind of get to the Heresy. They were featured very early on as kind of quite a major player, and kind of they had one of the real kind of major sort of story arcs, really, which was, we had the early bromance, you know, the real OG bromance of the Heresy in Fulgrim and Ferrus, who were best friends since childhood. You know, the kind of real yin and yang. You had this kind of very kind of suave sort of perfectionist in Fulgrim, and this kind of somewhat kind of clunky angry man in Ferrus. And you know, it's kind of two very sort of disparate kind of personalities, but they got on well. And the kind of the real kind of early engagements within the kind of Heresy, you know, it was kind of off. It was we had the scenario where Fulgrim tried to sort of recruit Ferrus and the Iron Hands into Horus's cause, and when he realised pretty soon that it was not going to happen, the Iron Hands were seen as a really, really big threat to the cause of the War Master. So they were going to have to be dealt with, and well, they were. Let's be honest, they were dealt with kind of quite happily, really. So at Istvan V, what became the sort of the drop site massacre, they were one of the 4 legions that were, one of the 3 legions that were essentially betrayed. You know, they thought they were fighting alongside a lot of their bros in terms of overturning this kind of insurgency, and then they were double crossed, and it all sort of went wrong. And because of their nature, they had committed huge swathes of men and armor to the operation, which was kind of relatively swiftly dealt with. And then we had, you know, the kind of real kind of shock of the kind of early books, the kind of Game of Thrones-esque character assassination when Fulgrim defeated Ferrus Manus in single combat. You know, we obviously had the situation where Fulgrim had the blade of the Lear, which was gifted to him, and he used it to lop off Ferrus's head. Famously kept it in the shoebox and delivered it to the War Master.
Yeah.
And then the ultimate indignity of handing over Forgebreaker, which was a hammer that Fulgrim had made for Ferrus, handing that over to our man Perturabo as a nice little gift. You know, give Horus Ferrus's head. You take this. You take this. But, and that's kind of really where I think, to be honest with you, actually where the Iron Hands get most interesting is what happened after Istvan V. And what that was is essentially because there was sort of so many losses, and the losses were so broad across the entire legion, you had this scenario where they retreated sort of back to their clans, and you essentially had this feudal clan war within the legion, not necessarily for control, just because there was nobody that was really in a position to become like an immediate successor. You had people like Shadrach Medusa and Ortek Moore who were able to, I guess, kind of revive certain kind of parts of the Legion under their own banners in order to try and kind of wage this kind of counterinsurgency and almost a kind of guerrilla war against the traitors. But you did have a lot of what you'll have seen from the kind of the midpoint of the heresy is the Iron Hands being featured alongside other legions, either as part of the Shattered Legions, or became known as the Shattered Legions, or scenarios where they would essentially denounce the Legion entirely and denounce the Imperium entirely and fight under their own flag as what became known as Black Shields. And then you also had these kind of small numbers that actually would denounce the Emperor and were known to have fought under the War Master's command, which is something that doesn't really necessarily get kind of talked about too much. But it's really, I think, that kind of splintering of the fact of the Legion into those kind of factions after the Dropside Massacre is really where things get most interesting. And really, I think when we talk about how you would kind of theme an army and theme a list, that's where I think it's really, you can really draw some really kind of good inspiration from.
Awesome.
Yeah, I thought they were great. Like, I really did. I really enjoyed reading about
lots of stuff I didn't know there. Like, loads of stuff I'm like, whoa, that sounds fucking cool as fuck.
Yeah,
like,
it really is. Yeah, genuinely.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
I find it really interesting. Like you say, I think they do become more interesting kind of after Ferrus dies, basically. I think that's a real, because they're basically, because like in 40k, Astartes are all kind of psychically like they're indoctrinated to such a point that they shall know no fear, are they? You know, that they basically, they're almost non-human, whereas in 30k they still have that human element, don't they? And the Iron Hands, once Ferrus was killed, they basically kind of lost their minds, because they didn't really understand the fact that a Primarch could even be killed, and in such a shit way as well. He'd basically done what he told his guys not to do. He'd acted on impulse. He'd fucking run off to fight Fulgrim and got his head cut off. And I really love the idea of these like real grim, dark like Marines just kind of losing their fucking minds because they don't really know what to do. They don't, Daddy's dead. He's left us. He was a dickhead. He ran off, got his head cut. And it's fascinating. It really is. I think they're one of the legions that don't really get kind of talked about enough in the Heresy, because I think there's some fascinating stories. I mean, there's a few cool bits, isn't there? Like the guy who tries to kill, is it Horus and Mortarion?
Horus, Mortarion, and Fulgrim.
Yeah. That's just, I love that story. It's just ballsy as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just getting that and going gun them all down. Yeah, all right.
it's almost the kind of the sort of the desperation sort of element, really. They've kind of lost everything. They either kind of turn to a point where some of the kind of clans are kind of have this sort of thinking of, well, we've kind of lost everything now, so we've got nothing left to lose. And then you've got others where it's like, well, everything we've been told is a lie. Like we've been told we're super powerful, and we're following Superman around with these kind of big metal hands. He's like essentially immortal, who's just had his head lopped off by his mate or his brother. And I think they become so much more interesting. And I also think as well that they are one of, if we go back and kind of revisit some of this when the Siege books are done, I think they're one of the legions where there's just such an untapped sort of wealth of
100%
available.
And with the whole kind of keys of hell and all that stuff and all the naughty shit that they're not allowed to touch, and then they're just like, oh, you know what, fuck it. Open up Daddy's locker, let's see what we got.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Right, should we have a look at the colour plates?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sort of like a metallic black there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost a little bit, kind of looks a little bit dull, really. But there's loads of, obviously, there's some really cool Iron Hands out there. But they're one of those legions, I think, as well, that lend themselves really well to this kind of new sort of fashion for things like the colour shift paints.
Yeah.
Like you can create some really interesting stuff really, really quickly, and then laying those over, or some different kind of clear coats over the top of those things, and different colours into the kind of. Again, I think that it would be very, very easy just to spray them black and paint the trim silver and just be done with it.
Yeah,
but I think that you can be really, really creative. They're a real blank canvas.
I quite like these because they're almost a really dark kind of silver grey, aren't they?
Yeah.
If you look at the knee pad's actually black with the number 4 on, and then if you look around it, it's almost like a silvery grey. But I think, was it Paul? I can't remember his surname, who did grey.
Busfield. Paul Busfield.
Who did grey Iron Hands, and they looked really good. Like just something slightly alternative.
Yeah, like a real sort of dark iron.
Yeah.
I saw a guy on a painting course painting something that was sort of like smoky bronze brown kind of colour, then with green and purple in the shadows and things.
Yeah, I think that was the original
OG
412 colour.
Yeah,
it was like purples and greens, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, looked kind of cool, but I think
Oh, this is the clan heraldry.
Yes, this is the clan heraldry. So we've got the different. I just think as well. I think the ability to kind of really easily kind of mix in a lot of the Mechanicum elements. I think there's an awful lot to go at, really. And again, when you talk about the ability to bring in bits from other kits, and also there's a lot of stuff that exists in the 40k side of things.
We've just lost Rob.
Oh, dear.
Where's Rob gone? We'll keep going, and then we'll. I think if you're interested in running Mechanicum and doing a Legion, I think the Iron Hands are definitely something you should look at, aren't they? Like you say, you can
100%. Well, we've got the Right of Wars that also that bring them in. Actually, I don't know in the new book. Actually, I haven't necessarily checked that. I only picked up my new books yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to check. But obviously, you've got scenarios where you can easily bring like Thalax and Castellax into the.
Yeah, well, you've got the right of I can't remember what it's called. Where you can do that. You can bring in Castellax as troop choices, Domitars as elites. And I think you can take a Thanatar as a heavy support, which would be awesome for Iron Hand, wouldn't it? That would be fucking awesome.
And they also, as well, they were famous for having a lot of armour. So if you like painting tanks, especially Legion tanks, they're a good. I think they're one of those Legions, right, where you can kind of can get a lot of armor in. You can paint into a good standard relatively quickly, especially if you've got an airbrush.
Absolutely.
And also they perform really, really at the tabletop. They're really underrepresented legion, although you are starting to see, I think, more of them now. They're getting a bit more sort of notoriety, but there are so many really interesting ways to theme them. I think that if I wanted a bit of a different sort of project, like a sort of a small contingent of like traitor Iron Hands, I think would be a really, really, really nice little project to work on.
Nice.
Awesome. Should we have a look at the books?
Yes. So this is the odd thing, right? So we look at these two books here, and they feature very heavily in Fulgrim and Angel Exterminatus, where realistically they're not actually the kind of the central crux. I think that's kind of part of the overarching problem with them from a lore perspective. So Fulgrim is a book that features obviously Fulgrim, and it is mainly centered around the Emperor's Children, but it is the book that tells the kind of one of the the story, the lead up to the Dropzone Massacre, and with the Iron Hands are obviously central to it, and there is a bit of Iron Hand action in there, but it's more from the point of Fulgrim as opposed to from the point of Heresy, and Angel Exterminatus is it's more centered around. It's a Fulgrim / Perturabo book than it is an Iron Hands book, but it details what happens in terms of setting the scene for the breakup of the Iron Hands. But I would love to see a book that essentially borders those two and is the Iron Hands perspective. So in the run up, essentially, you want to hear that story from a Ferris perspective. I think that would be really, really interesting.
Awesome. Sounds great. Cool. Good. Right. Okay. Let's head on over to the Ultramarines, which is yours again, John.
It is me again. Yep. It's a me marathon right now. So the Ultramarines. So
next Legion.
Yeah. I've exhausted all of the interesting things I found out about them. So they were originally sort of developed from a gene seed that was completely lacking in any personality.
The Nigel Mansell of gene seeds.
Apologies. Lacking any mutation. So they were just middle of the road, borderline, average. But that has sort of, in a roundabout way, sort of defined kind of their fighting style, right? They were also, in another kind of sort of bland twist, referred to as just the 13th Legion before the discovery of the Brutes. They were just called the 13th Legion, the Blue Legion.
Not very exciting, yeah.
The Vanilla Legion, the Bland Boys. But they were actually they were formed from the kind of most stoic resistance to the Unification Wars. So that's where they were actively recruited at the beginning. So at the end of the Unification Wars, those tribes that put up the most stoic resistance right till the kind of the bitter end was where the Ultramarines were recruited from. And sort of stoicism is kind of, again, their sort of key sort of Legion trait when we look back through, sort of very kind of calm, calculated sort of stoic outlook. I think Gilliman's kind of Primarch's sort of backstory is one of the better known. Like, he was the lucky one, I think, is probably the better way of kind of discussing it. He sort of crash landed on the middle class world of Macragge. He was picked up pretty quickly by one of the kind of ruling houses of nobility as this kind of like mega boy. Pretty much, by the time he was into adolescence, he was an intellectual equal of the planet's kind of most kind of widely kind of worldly scholars. And by the time that he was kind of in his sort of pre-teen and sort of senior teen years, he was already kind of an accomplished kind of battlefield general. Once he'd figured out that he could learn everything that he could learn, he decided to sort of turn his attention to Warcraft. Not the game, the craft of war. And he kind of began to sort of study the kind of the art of war in a kind of in a very sort of methodical manner. He was just a bit of a kind of a lucky sod, really. He kind of had it all. He's got the looks, he didn't really have the personality, but we've already discussed that. But he was just he was sort of a kind of a good egg, I think is probably the way of looking at things, really. He was very well respected by a lot of his kind of peers. And his kind of adopted father was what kind of one of the sort of the ruling houses, one of the ruling two houses on the crag, and kind of gave him the kind of keys to the kingdom, really. He was sort of sent out on a crusade on the crag to sort of pacify this group of sort of, I guess, kind of wild men in the kind of one of the farthest reaching points of the world. And when he sort of returned, he realised that his sort of adopted brother, for want of a better term, had sort of started an insurrection and coup, and he quickly put that down, and that was kind of really what sort of unified McCrag. He was essentially, through not only his kind of excellent generalship, but also some sort of quite good politicising, managed to sort of rise to become the ruler of McCrag, much like a lot of the other primarchs became sort of essentially de facto rulers of their home planets, really. The Emperor had sort of heard sort of tale of this world in the kind of corner of the sort of Segmentum Solar that was sort of really prosperous, was kind of very forward thinking, had all these kind of good sort of trade links, and heard about this guy. I thought, that's going to be one of my kids. I'm off. So he began to sort of head over to sort of grab hold of Rabute, but he had to sort of navigate this enormous warp storm, which kind of sent him sort of all arse about face, and it took him quite a while to get to McCrag. By the time he got there, he discovered this really sort of, I guess, kind of advanced kind of civilization. Harking back when we kind of look at kind of some of the sort of the real world kind of ancestry that we see a lot of themes of legions derived from, you can imagine a sort of a Greco-Roman society, which is quite clear in some of the kind of look and feel of the Ultramarines. And as soon as the Emperor turned up and went, "I'm your dad," Rabute was like, "Of course you are. That makes perfect sense. I am a Mega Man. You are clearly a Mega Man's dad. So Mega Man took Mega Boy back to Terra and gave him the 13th Legion to command, which were renamed the Ultramarines. They were famed for their sort of their level-headed approach to warfare, and they favoured like a really sort of tactical nous over attrition. So they would often kind of conquer worlds and bring worlds into compliance through this kind of very calculated and measured and tactically astute warfare. But also as well, they were one of the legions that really leaned heavily on diplomacy, and one of the kind of defining factors of their time during the Great Crusade was every time they brought a world to compliance or conquered a civilization, they wouldn't leave until a sort of a hierarchy was in place to sort of help manage it. So they would garrison the planet. They would make sure that there was a system in place for governance, and to essentially give the planet this kind of building blocks to sort of prosper. It was also a legion that, because of that, it didn't lose a great deal of men, and it recruited quite heavily from all across the kind of the system. By the time that the heresy rolled around, it was like 250,000 men strong. It was the largest legion by far. And actually, Rabute, one of the things he had to do in order that it essentially become too big to manage. So he broke it down into what would become known now as the chapters. So essentially, he had sort of 25 individual kind of, for want of a better term, individual legions that operate within the larger umbrella that he was, the kind of the ruler of. Again, it was identified very early in the kind of the initial kind of stage of the heresy that the Ultramarines were not going to be swayed towards the side of the War Master, so they needed to be dealt with. They were too big to be dealt with in the way that they were kind of planning to deal with the legions on Istvan V. So Horus, in his position as War Master, directed Rabute to Calth in by kind of telling him that there was this huge uprising of orcs and various other xenos in the area, this absolutely enormous uprising, and he needs to basically bring the full strength of the Ultramarines to bear upon this insurrection. So he sent him off to Calf, Calf being a very way south, a long way away from, you know, the ultimate objective of the heresy being the Sol system and Terra. And we all know what happened to Calf. You know, Lee knows better than what happened to Calf. The word bearers did their I would say they're probably their finest word bearer in terms of sort of setting the ambush, cutting the Ultramarines off from the rest of the legions, and then essentially mega murdering as many as they possibly could. And although the Ultramarines were kind of ultimately victorious in that kind of gambit, they were kind of pretty much removed from the majority of the fighting. I think it was quite clear that Horus saw the Ultramarines as kind of really the biggest kind of roadblock in his way. So he was very much keen to deal with as many of them as early as possible. So Calth happened, you know, they were ambushed, but eventually they managed to win the day, as they always bloody do. And then really, you know, the issues that they have once the kind of the ruin storm had opened up, and that was really cutting them off from Terror and the kind of the fighting that was happening closer to home. You know, Rabute feared that the Emperor was likely dead, or that the Imperium was likely in tatters. So that's when you sort of saw the foundation of Imperium Secundus, which, if we're talking about from the novel series, is probably their kind of biggest story arc they were a part of. So Imperium Secundus was essentially a sort of de facto secondary Imperium, as the name suggests. There was largely, you know, based around the sort of Ultramar system, with Macragge as its terror, for want of a better term. Rabute was diplomatic enough to not install himself as the Emperor. You know, that was left up to Sanguinius, who was probably slightly more kind of revered, maybe not necessarily respected, but probably more revered than any of his other peers. And then really it was all about the Ultramarines kind of trying to get themselves back to Terror. But they fought their way through, as you know, in Unremembered Empire. You'll have, you know, that's another book that touched on a lot of this stuff, and they had to fight their way all back across through the Ruin Storm, and eventually reaching Davin, where they had this absolutely huge ruck with a load of demons. Again, they were able to be victorious, obviously. And then realistically, the majority of the kind of the remainder of the heresy was all about them trying to get back to Terror. That was the kind of the great white hope of the heresy and of the defenders of Terror, was that eventually the Ultramarines were going to kind of come and save the day, because that's kind of what they do. But it never really happened. Like, there was a lot of harrowing from sort of garrisons of Iron Warriors that kind of was designed to be there to sort of tar pit the Ultramarines and slow them down. And by the time they reached Terror, it was all over. It was done. It was in the bag. And but what it kind of meant was that the Ultramarines played an enormous part in the beginning of the scouring, because they were one of the few legions that still had numbers. Their numbers weren't depleted by being involved in Terror, because they were just a bit too shit together in time.
Imperium Secundus, the greatest heresy.
I was going to say, yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. Okay,
Exactly.
well, should we have a look at these colour plates then?
Yeah, I personally think that I think they're awesome. I think when the look of the Ultramarine as I mean, look at that guy on the left. He is fantastic looking, right? I think one of the beautiful things about the Ultramarines as an army is there's an awful lot to go at when it comes to little bits and bobs from here and there. They've obviously had being the poster boys of 40k for the last 30 years. There's a huge range of kits that do fit quite well to sort of pull things from. I think that done right, these are one of the best looking armies in the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, they do look great, don't they? Yeah.
They look awesome. Like, I absolutely love the look of them. Like, I just find them so boring.
Yeah.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Correct.
And then let's go to the books. Of course, 2 we've already spoken about.
I
Yeah,
think,
both solids, really, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I have to say, like, for me, No Fear was was a little bit of a kind of almost like a betrayal moment with the World Eaters. No fear. I had that with the kind of Ultramarines. Like, for once, they're not just boring dickheads. Like, I quite like the way that they kind of overcome this, you know, everything's going wrong, everyone's getting killed, and yet they keep coming up with plans. They keep doing stuff, you know. They never give up. Then you get the whole kind of avenging sons. I love the story, but I don't love it enough to want to start Ultra.
Yeah, 100%. I totally know what you mean.
That's the thing.
I think, you can't not read Betrayal and not want to start a World Eaters army.
Yeah.
And you can't really read No Fear and not want to start an Ultramarines army. But then it's one of those things that feeling doesn't last any longer than...
No, as soon as you finish the book
down,
yeah.
as soon as it's down on the desk, you're like...
15 seconds later.
Yeah. Wash your hands of those guys. And there's some cool little bits and bobs like with the kind of recon squads in sort of Pharos and stuff, but it really is pretty sporadic. The Ultramarines are mentioned obviously a lot in passing in that stages, but only as the kind of, well, don't worry guys, the Ultramarines will be along in a second. Yeah, it'll all be fine. So
interesting. Yeah, to peak No Fear is definitely peak Ultramarines at their best, but an unusual book in the way that it's written in the present tense. So it took me a little while to get my head around, but essentially it's a record of what takes place as opposed to a narrative that's written in the past tense, and that is initially you get used to it as time goes on, but it's slightly jarring at the start because all the other books are not written as a record of in the same way that is, but a very clever way to do it. Right, let's go to the next one. And I think, Lee, is it you?
I hope not.
Oh, who is this? Paul, is this you?
I think so.
Well, it's certainly not John.
What it is.
There's no one.
No, there are these guys called Salamanders.
That wasn't me.
All right, yeah, brilliant. Well, it's not, nor is it me, because I've done my 6 now. So I'm going to blame this one on Paul, I reckon.
Okay.
So Paul will do a separate episode on the Salamanders. Perhaps next episode, a segment on the Salamanders. Just for you. I really hope it's not me now, actually. I did double check last night, but maybe it is me. So let's just quickly fast forward to the Raven Guard. We'll come back to the Salamanders at some point.
I'm sure between the four of us we can piece it together, right? We can we can blag it.
Jesus
I'll be honest, it's not a legion I know.
No, it's boring as fuck. That's why.
Yeah.
I think I find them even more boring than the Ultramarines. I reckon I could piece together something, but I don't think it would be as top quality as the other ones. But
the only thing I remember is Vulcan has a competition with the Emperor, doesn't he, to hunt whatever the monsters are. And the
I tell you what, guys, why don't we? I would like everyone that's watching to put their most interesting Salamanders fact in the comments. And then we'll go back and we'll do a retrospective.
There we go. Yes. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
They don't all have to be
good.
Don't all have to be true. We'll try and wheedle out the true ones.
Yeah.
And anyone...
John's here. Come up with those great ideas. He's got the tactical acumen of an Ultramarine. Look at that. Great idea.
Anyone...
Fuck off.
Theoretical. Anyone who came just to watch Salamanders, like, we apologise.
But also get a more exciting legion.
Or a lack of admin.
Yeah. Cool. Let's go straight to Raven Guard. Well, that sorts out our Tactica problem, doesn't it? There we go. That's all sorted now. Right, okay. Lee, over to you, mate.
19th Legion, the Raven Guard. I did collect Raven Guard. It was one of my first armies I collected. And I fucking love the Raven Guard. Like, I feel like this is a legion, probably one of the only legions that actually has kind of links to like modern day military, because they're essentially the special forces, aren't they? They are literally, everything they do is kind of what modern day special forces do now. They just do it as superhumans, basically. But yeah, like the other legions formed at the end of the Unification Wars, taken from techno-savages of the Xeric tribes of the Asiatic Dustfields. They, from their kind of initial inception, they were kind of excelled at reconnaissance and just generally being sneaky little gits. Their main kind of tactic was infiltrate and kind of study the enemy, and then launch kind of lightning strikes from the shadows, cut off like the enemy's command and control, and then the army would kind of the enemy army would kind of fall to pieces, and if the enemy army did put up resistance, then the Raven Guard would fall back. Oh, sorry, the 19th Legion would fall back, kind of back into the shadows, and then strike again from another direction. So it's that kind of classic commando special forces kind of sneak in, observe, kill everything. If it doesn't quite work, bug out, and then try it again from a different direction. And the tribes they were kind of recruited from initially, and this was actually quite interesting. This is one of the things I kind of feel like a lot of the legions, like you look at the traitor legions, like the Emperor's Children, they started off really good and then kind of went bad. These are almost do the opposite. They start off a bit nasty and then they kind of become the good guys. So the techno-savage tribes that they recruited from were kind of renowned for being cruel, and they kind of looked down on weak, and they took kind of joy in just killing everything. And they had a belief that like once a population's been beaten, it has to be watched with like a cold eye, and then if there's any sort of insurrection, then just go in and kill absolutely everyone. And anyone who follows the Raven Guard will know, you know, like once they kind of find Corax, it's almost the opposite. They're like the protectors of humans. So I found that kind of interesting. One thing I did find interesting as well was during the Unification Wars, they started fighting kind of like horrendous Xenos life forms, and they were going up against these kind of psycho-wrought weapons, and it created a darkness within the Legion, and it was saying in the original Black Books that actually during this early kind like late Unification, early Crusade time, the Emperor's Gene Forgers would come along and take some of the Legionnaires away, and they'd just never be seen again because they were so fucked up from what they'd been fighting that they basically turned completely batshit. And it kind of links in a little bit to the Iron Hands that we were talking about. Like these aren't the 40k Astartes, they still have like a human element, so they can kind of, you know, it's really hard, but they can kind of go batshit. Yeah. And yeah, this has kind of happened throughout the Legion, that these kind of, some of these Legionnaires would just become kind of so dark and horrendous that they'd be taken away and just never seen again. And during this time they had grey armor, and they would wear kind of like face paint, and they got the names from the Lunar Wolves of the Pale Nomads and the Dustclad. And actually, when the Legion, it took a while to find Corax, their Primarch. So in the early stages of the Crusade, they were actually fought a lot with the Lunar Wolves and Horus, and actually to such an extent that it says in the books that Horus almost looked at them as a chapter of his own Legion, and he used them a lot. So the Lunar Wolves would go in and smash a target, and the 19th Legion will have already infiltrated, and they would cut off any retreat. So it was kind of the hammer and the anvil, you know, that the Raven Guard would stop anyone getting away, so the Lunar Wolves could just get in and kill everyone. And again, they kind of had this kind of cruel element to them that kind of also came from working with the Lunar Wolves, that were kind of these, you know, like savage Legion. So yeah, it took a while to find Primarch. Corax ended up on the moon of Lycius, which was a moon to a Forge World planet of Kiava. And essentially the moon was essentially a prison. It was mined for the Forge World. Everyone who was held there was kind of these slave miners, kind kind of guarded by these cruel wardens. And Corax was found deep under the surface of this moon by some of these miners. And it's kind of interesting because, again, in a lot of the Primarch stories, the Primarchs are almost like the protectors. They're the ones that kind of, you know, like you look at Mortarion and he's the one that protects the feral humans. And actually, it was almost the opposite way around, because the miners knew that if the guards found him, they'd kill him. So they kind of kept him hidden. And there's this whole thing of like keeping him hidden and protecting him. And in return, they realized that he was special. And in return, Corax kind of promised to protect them back as he grew. And growing up in a prison, it's not kind of like Night Lords, batshit prisons. You know, obviously there were criminal elements, but a large portion of the prisoners were kind of like political prisoners, people who didn't agree with the way the Forged World was run. There were people who didn't make their quotas. So they were kind of almost like a rebel kind of, almost like free-thinking rebels rather than kind of adhering to the kind of cruel system on the Forge World. And these were the people that were kind of educating Corax, you know, and also teaching him, because one of the things Corax kind of wanted to do was just go batshit and start murking everyone. And they kind of taught him, you know, patience and observation. And as he was growing up, he kind of realized that he's basically the shadow man, and he can kind of stand in front of guards and he can will them to not see him. And it's almost like this kind of, I don't know if it's ever actually mentioned, but it's almost like a psychic ability to kind of will people to not see him. So he could kind of move around the prison without being seen. And the only downside to this was equipment could discover him. So if they had, you know, scanners that would pick him up, but the humans themselves wouldn't actually be able to see him. And he obviously, being a Primarch, started organizing these kind of freedom fighters, and they eventually launched an uprising on the prison, killed all the guards, took the prison over. And there's a few differing stories of what happened. In one, the Emperor turns up, Corax asks him for help, and the Emperor basically says, you need to do whatever you need to do, this is on you. And in another story, kind of Corax does everything and then the Emperor turns up. But essentially what he does is they find atomic weapons that are used for the mining, and they send them down to the Forge World, to the 5 main cities, and basically vaporize these 5 main cities, which causes the Forge World, creates a civil war. They all start fighting against each other. And then Corax basically, in his kind of mindset, he had to kill a lot to save even more. So it's almost like he kind of had this like conscious kind of, you know, I don't want to kill all these people, but it is kind of, it's almost, you know, like World War II Japan. We're going to do something horrific, but it should save a lot more lives. Yeah, and then, like I say, Emps turned up and they had a nice long chat together, and no one really knows what this chat was about, but it's kind of presumed. There's these kind of things of different legions had different roles, and it's always presumed that Corax's role and the legion of what was now the Raven Guard was the Emperor's unseen hand. And I can't think of any specific examples, but it's written in the Black Book that things happened that Corax already knew about. And they think that's because the Emperor had actually told him a lot of what was going to happen. And so he was kind of almost prepared for it, because it's one of the things with the heresy is there's a lot of like, oh my God, we're killing each other. And you know, the Astartes kind of almost can't deal with killing their brothers. Whereas with Corax and the Raven Guard, it was almost kind of like Corax kind of already knew this was coming, which was quite interesting. The moon was taken over by the Raven Guard. It became Deliverance, and the tower where the guards used to be based became the Raven Spire, which was the Raven Guard fortress. And Corax took over the Legion, and they kind of continued to develop this kind of way of fighting, this kind of sneaky infiltration, and Corax went even more in on like infiltrating, cut off the head of the enemy, and then merge back into the shadows. And there's actually a lot of battles that no one knows the Raven Guard was involved, and no one really knows how many worlds were brought into compliance because nothing was ever recorded. The Raven Guard would go in, do something, and then kind of leave. And Corax kind of, he from Deliverance, they recruited kind of his freedom fighters, and they became like almost like his bodyguard as well, the Mordathan, the shadow kind of warriors. And yeah, it's mentioned as well at this time that Corax kind of didn't like the Terran Astartes. He didn't like their cruelty. And it's almost like the opposite of what Corax wanted. And actually to the point that he would send fleets away of Terrans, and he would remove like senior officers within the Legion. He'd give them kind of backroom jobs and then put in his own kind of Deliverance recruited legionnaires because he just didn't like the way the Terrans did stuff. The Legion was always small, and again, once Corax had taken over the Raven Guard, they started working a lot with Horus. But again, Corax didn't always like that kind of cruel kind of, what's the word? Like almost savage way that the Lunar Wolves worked. And this came to a head at the battle for Gate 42. So Horus had just been made War Master, and it was the Akum Sothos cluster, which had been brought into compliance by the Lunar Wolves during the opening years of the Great Crusade. And basically this kind of Xenos parasite had affected the citizens, and they were being controlled by the Unsighted Kings, I think it was. And Horus brought in legions, and he came up with a battle plan. And essentially the battle plan was, we're just going to go and smash this fortress that these Unsighted Kings are in. And he wanted the Raven Guard to be at the forefront of this kind of assault on this fortress. And obviously that's not how the Raven Guard fight. So Corax kind of argued it. Perturabo called him a pussy. So he accepted the challenge. And what he actually did is put a lot of the Terrans in the front lines of this assault, because he knew that the Terrans had that cruel, cold kind of ability to get through this siege. So he kind of didn't do it. Well, it's written that he didn't do it maliciously. He literally put the Terrans there because he knew they were the best suited for this sort of warfare. But he did argue with Horus that he'd be better used kind of fighting, kind of sneaky attacks along the walls to make it easier for the other legions to assault. But again, Horus just told him to piss off and do what he told him. So he launched the assault. Like, the Raven Guard get absolutely smashed to the point that Corax had to lead a forlorn hope, basically, because it was just going to rat shit. And they took it. They took the fortress. Horus killed the leader of these Unsighted Kings. But the Legion had been absolutely torn to pieces. And actually, after this assault, it was one of the smallest legions, if not the smallest legion, out of all the legions. And Corax threw his toys out the pram and basically told Horus, I fucking hate you, and I'm never going to do anything with you again. And that was it. And Corax kind of went off, took his legion away, and never fought with Horus ever again. But the impact this had on the Legion, which Horus hadn't actually thought about, was the Terrans were the biggest link to Horus and the Lunar Wolves.
Right.
And they also had members that were in the lodges, because they'd basically been a chapter of the Lunar Wolves. Yeah. And all these Terrans were killed in this assault. So all these links to the Lunar Wolves, all these lodges were gone with it. So actually what happened is Corax managed to, he solidified the control of his legion. any of the Terrans that still remained were basically loyal to Corax, and there were no lodgers. There was nothing. There was no link to any of the kind of sneaky shit.
Corax's own Ispan 3.
Yeah, literally, it was. Yeah,
he purged his own legion.
Yeah. Instead of culling like the loyalist, he managed to cull the traitors. And the way it's written in the book is kind of like he didn't plan to. It wasn't like a callous, like I'm going to kill all the Terrans. He just thought that they would be best placed for that sort of warfare.
Yeah.
Which I found interesting. And then obviously after that, you've kind of got the drop site massacre. The Legion manages to get away. I mean, I won't go too much into the heresy. There's the Raven Guard after that almost fight like a kind of hit and run, don't they?
Yeah. They're
not really massive. Some do get back to Terra, but it kind of, becomes the kind of Shattered Legion hit and run kind of tactics. They obviously get messed over by the Alpha Legion. Corax goes back to Terra and has a chat with Daddy because he wants to rebuild the Legion, and basically creates a load of mutants. But I mean, yeah, there's loads of stories with the Raven Guard, but they don't have a massive impact in the Heresy after that. But I find them. For me, they're one of my favorite legions. I mean, I'll read their kind of fighting style, which it says in the Red Books, which is their rapid deployment operations, strategic interdiction operations, reconnaissance in force, guerrilla actions, low collateral damage, imperative compliance operations. I mean, that is literally a what's what of what modern day special forces do. I mean, rapid deployment operations is what kind of elite forces do. You know, strategic interdiction operations, that's literally what special forces were doing in Afghan, like taking out tier 1 commanders through like vehicle interdictions and whatnot. Reconnaissance in force is like the first Gulf War with the SAS and that running around. And it's that kind of, the thing with Raven Guard is that kind of not being seen, watching everything, to then just like blam, smash the fuck out of it and then disappear again. And I fucking like, they're basically like Space Marine ninjas. And I love it. Like, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds wicked. I like the comparisons between modern, well, I say modern, but contemporary special forces as well. Should we have a look at the color plate?
Yeah.
So that's the original. So the one on the right. Oh no, the one on the right.
Yeah, that's the original kind of grey armor they wore.
Got it.
And then obviously on the left you've got a apothecary.
Cool. So not just black, but we've got hints of white as well, but also some reds on particular units.
Yeah. So I think the white is more kind of linked. I mean, this is an apothecary, isn't it? But
okay.
Like the white shoulder pads, the white arms is linked more to veterans.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see here kind of veteran. Legion.
Oh yeah, Legion elites. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it tends to be if they have their kind of shoulder pads and arms are white, that's more of a kind of a veteran.
So very. I've always thought of the Raven Guard that their Legion symbols are very, very sort of like simplistic and militaristic. I've always thought it's very straightforward and no fancy filigree or anything like that. It's just does what it needs to do, which kind of sums up the Legion, really, doesn't it?
I like it because it says in the books that the Raven is kind of the way it's written is it's kind of back in Ye Olde Terror, it was kind of the precursor of death.
Yeah,
like when the Raven turns up, death is coming.
Yeah,
and that just sums them up. And I mean, there's so many cool stories, and there's a lot of them of like Corax just going down to planets on his own. Yeah. And just sneaking around on his own. He would do like the full reconnaissance. He might take a little team with him. And actually, he would launch attacks that would actually be the counter-attack. And then Corax would be the main attack just on his own or with a small team.
Yeah.
Which again just links into kind of modern day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Modern day warfare, like not to keep banging on too much about it, but like the Sierra Leone, there was SAS launched an attack on a load of British troops that had been captured, and that's exactly what they did. One para launched a diversionary attack, and then the SAS attacked the main camp. I don't even know if they meant to do it when they wrote about the Raven Guard, but it literally just links in so well with like I say, like the kind of like you say, contemporary special forces.
There's quite a lot of hot Primarch action with the Raven Guard that you don't tend to see with a lot of the other legions. Like, you do tend to see a lot of the other legions where the Primarch is kind of like a bit of a figurehead, and he might get involved occasionally when he absolutely fucking has to. But like Corax, it seems like he takes a lot of the weight on himself. I quite like that. If you're a Super Mega Man, like you should go and be a Super Mega Man and smash people up. Like don't just kind of wait until it's like, oh, dire. The situation is terrible. I better get involved and win the day.
And it's one of the things they talk about with the kind of the mutated gene seed when he creates these monsters, is it kind of weighs heavily on him that actually they're still his sons, even though these kind of he's created these things, and he's kind of like, what the fuck do I do now? Like it, whereas a lot of, like, you think Perturabo would just be like, oh well, give a fuck, kill them all. Whereas he's a lot more humane.
Yeah, cool. And then let's have a look at the books. So, Deliverance Lost is the first book really for the Raven Guard, but it also gives quite a lot of history, doesn't it, Lee, about his time when he was a prisoner as well. They kind of have flashbacks. Yeah,
I think Deliverance. I struggle to remember now. Deliverance Lost is literally the tale of him going back to Terror and then
exactly right. Yeah,
coming out and creating. New legionnaires, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that.
But and then within that, there's the whole story of his youth. And then Corax is a anthology, isn't it? It's a load of short stories, which I haven't read, to be honest. I think
so they're good. So some of them come before. So some of them happened before the drop, or just after the Drop Site Massacre, and just before Deliverance Lost. So you almost need to read some of the anthology before reading Deliverance Lost, and then the rest of it. But the short stories mainly focus around his guerrilla campaign during the Horus Heresy. But the best story in that one that only came out in this one is one called Vergeld, which is or Vergeld, which is, and I think a Vergeld is like a blood debt. I think it's like an Old Norse kind of like name for it. And it basically is the story of how Leman Russ and Corax meet, and how Corax gets Leman Russ off Yaren after he's wounded after fighting Horus. And you can find out kind of what they do while the Siege of Terror is taking place. And what Russ and Corax get up to.
I mean, there's some cool stories with them, but again, they just don't do a lot kind of during the Heresy, really. That's the kind of that's the sad thing about it.
It's really not the main arc, is it, of the story?
No, it's the only other book I had was the Primarch book, Corax, Lord of Shadows, which I haven't read, and then obviously the Horus Heresy book 3.
Cool, awesome. Thanks for that. That was actually really, really interesting, and as a military man, it was interesting to hear your links and the Raven Guard as well. So we're going to take a break now, and then we shall come back for some Heresy Tactica, but in particular looking at the Kratos, and is the Kratos going to be the new tank that everybody has? Because it certainly seems seems that way, doesn't it? But is it worth the points, I guess, is what we're going to be having a look at. We'll see you back after the break. Right, perfect. Are you recording, Paul?
I am. I didn't stop. I just carried on.
Perfect. Oh, Lee's going. Yeah, again.
Fucking hell, Lee.
Right.
What's wrong with you?
Welcome back. And today's hot topic is Kratos meta ? And whether the Kratos will become the new Legion tank of choice, and whether it is as good as the hype kind of says it is, or whether, because it's a beautiful model and it's just come out, whether everyone's bought it. So what we want to do is first of all, to look at the tank and kind of talk about it from our perspective and what we've seen so far and whether we like the look of it. And then we're going to do a really thorough deep dive into the rules and see whether you should take it. So it's certainly, when we approach this, I think that there is something always to be said for the rule of cool and whether the tank looks good within the force, but also, this is the Tactica section, so we want to delve deep on this particular part when looking at the rules as well. So I think the first thing is we'll just discuss how we think it looks. So John, I don't know if you've seen one of these in the flesh as of yet, but when you saw pictures of this, what were your thoughts on it?
Well, I like the aesthetic. I like the Sakaran-esque aesthetic. I like a little boxy boy. I like the angles. Not really into the kind of the curved lines of some of the kind of newer kind of 40k kits.
Yeah.
I think this works. It's clearly updating the aesthetic from how it was previously. I think the kind of, not the sponsor weapons, but the sort of the batteries of heavy bolt at the top are a little bit weirdly placed. And truth be told, I have seen a couple of Photoshops people have done that kind of smooth things out a little bit and do make it kind of a little bit neater. But overall, it's wicked, right? I mean, we're getting cool new miniatures, and not just like reworks of old stuff, but this is a new thing, and we should be really happy regardless.
Yeah, super. So Lee, you have seen this in the flesh. You've seen I think 3 different versions of this, or 3 different paint schemes. What were your initial thoughts when we saw it at the open day?
I really like it. I agree about the kind of heavy bolted. Well, the weapon mounts on the corners I think it could have been done better, but I don't think it detracts that much from the model.
Yep.
The only time I don't like this, and I've only seen it in a picture, so I'll hold judgment, is with that fucking great huge dozer blade on the front that's basically the size of the tank.
That can get in the sea. I have seen that in the flesh. That's absolute crap.
It looks shit. And I think if I was to want to model something, I would probably just stick something where the black grill is on the front. I'd probably just stick something in there between the tracks rather than having this great big fucking thing in front of it. But or just not put it on and just say it's got dozer blades and fucking sue me.
I think the thing about that particular style of dozer blade is that it's basically unrecognizable in the Horus Heresy scene. Like all dozer blades that we've ever seen do look nothing like that prow. And but I think that
just so big. I just have a vision of like this tank, and they're like, "Oh, here's your new Kratos tank," and they're like, "Cool," and they go to drive it away, and it just fucking digs into the ground. It doesn't go anywhere. And it's like, "Oh shit."
Okay, let's just have a look at the next photo, and Paul, I'm going to get your thoughts on this one. So what do you think, because you've seen 3 different paint schemes in the flesh on this one, so what's your thoughts on the Kratos?
Yeah, I really like it. I like that. I like what John said, similar to what John said, sorry. I like the Sakaran look. It's quite chunky. It's a little bit bigger than Sakaran. It's really cool, and I love the Volkite. I think Volkite weapons look fantastic. I don't really mind the heavy bolt or the sponsons at the front. I don't mind how they're done. I think they look pretty cool. I've got one just sat to the right of me. I won't be putting the dozer blade on it because, like Lee said, it looks crap. But I think it's an awesome piece of kit, and the fact that it's new and shiny, everyone should buy one, even if they don't really, don't rate it or whatever. Just buy one because it's new and it's out there.
Yeah, I'm kind of weirdly of this thing of, I don't know if this is kind of with my kind of business head on, I kind of feel like a duty to buy the new shit, right? Because I feel like if we consume it, then it will keep being produced. There'll be a want and desire by GW to continue to want to produce new stuff. So I'm definitely a proponent of buying it for the sake of it. I've got 2, so I don't know why, but I have, because I think they look cool, and I've got to spend my money on something, right? So
absolutely.
Might as well be this.
So I think universally we are all agreed it looks fantastic. I think that even one of them, although you can take 2 in the squadron, if you had 2 of them, I think paired up, it will probably look even better on the tabletop. So in terms of if you want something to look fucking awesome, Kratos is definitely the way forward. And I can really see 2 Kratos flanked by 2 Sakarans, right? I think that would look awesome. So if you just want to buy it on the look of it, buy it. It looks great, and that's what all four of us agree with that one.
I'll be honest with you. They had me at coaxial autocad. That's where I was putty in their hands.
Yes. So let's have a look at the tactical element of it. So let's take a look, Lee. So there are two. So let's have a look at and see in terms of the description of it whether it matches the rules. So this is what it says. So the Kratos is based on an ancient Terran pattern originally used in large numbers during the unification of old Earth. After the Emperor's Treaty was signed with the Lords of Mars, the Kratos was redesigned to serve as the spearhead of the Great Crusade, a line breaker and phone hammer. It's interesting because I've never heard of the Kratos in any of the Horus Heresy novels. I might be wrong. Though slow, it is all but impervious to enemy weapons, fire, and is steady, inexorable. Advance was the core of many Space Marines' victories during the long years of the Great Crusade. In latter years, the Kratos fell out of favour as the legions embraced a more mobile style of war, though the ancient war engine lost none of its legendary tenacity, having served with distinction in many of the key Horus Heresy's keys battles. So there's an explanation there as to why we haven't seen it in the Horus Heresy. Not all Horus Heresy books is because it fell out of favour during the Horus Heresy when they had to be more mobile, but was used clearly during the Great Crusade, and that's how they've justified it not being in the books so far. Let's have a look at the stats for it. So, Paul, why don't you talk us through the stats and the points cost, please?
Cool. So it's 300 points. It's movement 10, ballistic skill 4, armor's 14 all round. It's got 5 hull points, and obviously it's not a transport. And you can take, as you mentioned before, Rob, you can take additional 1 to make up a squadron.
Yeah, perfect. In terms of its weapons, it's got a whole lot of weapons here, and I've actually found that reading the weapons is quite confusing. But once you get your head around it and look at the pictures, you're all good. So it's got the main cannon on the top, and it comes with the Kratos battle cannon, which is the first picture that we saw, and that's with the AP and the HE shells, and we'll talk about those in a moment. It's got a coaxial mounted autocannon. Now that can't be replaced. That autocannon is just always there. It's got a whole front left mounted heavy bolter, which is the ones that we were just discussing, and it's got a whole front right mounted heavy bolter. It's also got 2 sponsor mounted heavy bolters as well, and it comes with smoke launchers. And it is a vehicle, and it's reinforced. And I will, while we're having a chat, discuss what reinforced is as I look it up in the rule book. So I can tell you what reinforced means. Go for it.
Reinforced ignores effects of crew shaken on the vehicle damage table, and does not have to make snapshots due to effects of crew shaken, but still cannot move or pivot. Okay,
so even if it gets shook, it can still fire, which is actually pretty good, because that's really frustrating when you get roll a 1 on that table and then you have to stat fire. So that's actually really, really good. Okay, so
blast templates.
Yeah. So do you think, we'll go through the Kratos battle cannon in a moment, but Lee, for 300 points, the fact that it comes with 4 heavy bolters and 1 battle cannon and 1 autocannon, do you think, just initially, it's worth 300 points?
Yeah.
Are you saying that because it looks cool, or are you saying that because it actually is?
No, it depends what role you want it for, but you think that's probably about the cost of a Spartan, isn't it?
Yeah, probably the
just
same.
Putting out 10 last cannon shots and can carry a fuckload of people.
Yeah.
Whereas this is the same, and all it can do is put out some shots.
So at the moment, it's not comparable to this, but the Spartan does better.
I would have said so, but I guess it depends what you want it for, really, doesn't it?
I think that's exactly it. I think it's situationally. I think if you want it as an anti-armor gunboat, the melter cannon is excellent at what it does, but then it gives you essentially 4 other redundant weapons. If you want it for anti-personnel, I think it's pretty good because it's got there's a lot of weight of fire and pretty reliable.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Lee. I think if you want something that las cannons now are so good. Now they've got Sunder. They're just top tier. They are the absolute top tier. Apart from maybe Darkfire and Iron Warriors, but they are the yeah, they are the premier. They are premier like anti-armor weapon now.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
And not just that, you put 10 last cannon shots into a bloody squad of whatever.
Yeah,
it's going to do some damage. You know, that's your anti-tank, that's your anti-Terminator equivalent, and it's going to do a dent on a Marine squad as well. You know, it's kind of
okay. Well, let's have a look at what we can equip it with, because we might change our mind when we can upgrade things and do various things for free. So on the left-hand side, you can see here we've got what it can be upgraded with, and there's a whole lot of things it can have, but lots of those things are boring things like it's pintle mounted bolters and the millions of options. So the first thing to notice is that if you want to get an additional Kratos, it's 285 points, so it's cheaper to get second one in the same squadron than to have them in two separate heavy slots, and then you can buy flashburn shells for it for 10 additional points. Now, if we go over and have a look at the actual weapon that it comes with, its stock weapon, which is the Kratos battle cannon. So the HE shells are 36-inch range, Strength 8, AP 4, Heavy 1, Large Blast, and Pinning. And we know how good Pinning is going to be in this edition. However, my initial thoughts on that is that a rotor cannon squad is Pinning and would be half the price, if not less than half the price. So I think that's something to bear in mind. The AP shells are 36 inches, Strength 8, AP 2, Heavy 2, Sunder. So you only get 2 of them. And then the flashburn shells are 24 inches, so significant. That's really short range. That is, it's the range of a bolt gun. So 24 inches, strength 10, which is impressive. AP 1 equally as impressive, but it's heavy 1, armor bane, and gets hot. So my initial impressions on that is that if you arm it with the Kratos battle cannon, you're actually going to have to get relatively quite close and personal in order to get it off. This is not, it doesn't feel like a backfield tank that's like sitting right at the back, 48 inches firing away. You're going to have to wait for the opponent to come to you, or you're going to have to wait to go towards the opponent, which puts you at some sort of, that puts you at a bit of a disadvantage and makes you a bit more open. What, in terms of the battle cannon, Paul, what are your thoughts on the battle cannon from there?
Yeah, I think I'd be probably inclined to go with the HE shells and maybe not upgrade to the flashburn.
Okay.
I just think maybe it's a bit too short range. I think, like you said earlier, like the pinning seems to be quite a big deal from quickly flicking through the rule book in this edition. Yeah. So I think I would probably go that way. But then again, it is 10 points. If you've got 10 points left at the end of your armor list, maybe bang it in there for like you say, for some short range action. But yeah, I think
cool.
Yeah.
Lee, what are your thoughts on the Kratos battle cannon in terms of its rules?
Bit underwhelming, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the strength 8 AP 4 is like meh.
Yeah.
Okay against Mechanicum, but you're not going to be that worried about it if you're running Space Marines.
And also lots of things have heavy now, so they can just re-roll those saves.
Yeah. And the AP shells, like the heavy 8 strength 8 AP 2 heavy 2 Sunder, just get some rapiers.
Yeah. Okay. So
and the flashburn is just you got to be on top of them.
And it gets hot, so you run the rest 1/6 of a chance of losing a whole point or something happening there. John,
what I do like, what I will just quickly say is I do quite like the fact that it has different roles in one weapon. Like it's a bit of a kind of does everything, not that great. I do like that.
Yeah. Okay, John, your thoughts on the Kratos battle cannon, which it comes armed with?
It's fine, right? It's fine, but the problem is I think the crux of this entire conversation is you want to specialize it, and therefore you're going to take one or even 2 other optional weapons and never this one.
Okay. So I think underwhelming is probably right for me, and I think that the number of the very few amount of shots that it has, I think that I would not necessarily go to the battle cannon. I know it's about specialization, but I'm not quite sure what the battle cannon specializes in. Is it anti-infantry?
Well, it's not. That's the thing. There is no specialization here. The specialization exists in the other 2 weapons, and you need to get the most out of the Kratos. This is the TLDR, is you need, in my opinion, to specialise it in one of 2 distinct ways, and this sort of sits in the Venn diagram in the middle, where it's
the not very useful section.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's hop back over to its options. So any Legion Kratos may exchange its Kratos battle cannon for the following, and this is exactly what John was saying. Now, this is from my book. Now, both of them are free, and that's from my book. But I seem to remember from the league rules that the melter blast gun was actually more. But this is literally from the rules I took this morning. So it says free for the Cardinal and free for the melter blast gun. Have you got your books in front of you, Paul, at the moment?
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, it definitely does say free.
It's free. Okay. Because that's quite interesting. So the turret mounted Volkite Cardinal, these are the rules for it. So it's 45 inches. So you can sit backfield and fire quite far. It's strength 7. So in a pinch, it can damage some armor 13 on the front. AP 5. So okay, it's heavy 12, deflagrate and pinning. So I think the strength from there just comes simply from its heavy 12, and the fact that it's also pinning as well, I think is really, really advantageous. And you'll get a few cheeky deflag, potentially, 2 or 3 there that you might be able to re-roll. So Lee, the Volkite Cardinal, what's your initial impressions on that one?
I mean, that's clearly specialised as your anti-infantry, isn't it? That's your anti-infantry right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess it comes back to just paying 300 points for a heavy 12 anti-infantry, strength 7 AP 5.
Yep.
Or you could pay similar points and have 10.
Yep.
Strength 9 AP 2 shots.
Yep.
Which I don't know. I'd be more scared about getting that amount of last cannon shots at me than I would strength 7 AP 5 shots, I guess. That's
I can see.
We're comparing it to other things. That's gonna kill things, isn't it? That's gonna.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Can we just go to the next screen? We will come back to this one, but if we go to the next one, because I want John to perhaps talk us through the next one. So, John, you can also upgrade it with a melter blast gun, which is 36-inch range, which isn't as close as the 24 that we had before. Strength 8, AP 1. It's heavy 4 and armor bane. Do you want to talk us through your initial thoughts on that?
So it's armor bane and melter, so it's only armor bane at half range.
Sorry, yeah. So okay. So that's interesting. Okay.
So, however, I think this is got to be. I'd like you to come back to me on the Volkite at the kind of the end.
Yeah.
So because I've got a bit of a different take on it. So the melter blast gun, I think, is the obvious choice. I think personally, you need to build this entire model around ranged anti-armor. It's got an effective threat range of melter threat range of 28 when you consider it's got 10-inch move and an 18-inch melter.
Yeah.
It's got a coaxial weapon, so it's almost guaranteed you're going to get 3 hits when you factor in the fact that it's essentially going to be twin linked, right? It's one of the few weapons in the game that's AP1.
Yeah.
We all know that AP's largely been sort of scaled back. I think this is the auto take. I think this and then just everything else, las cannons, is the way to build this. Personally.
But I suppose my question here is that, I mean, you've talked quite convincingly there that it's anti-tank. Would you ever bother using it against infantry, or would you? Its sole purpose for you is an anti-tank.
I mean, obviously, the fact of the matter is, right, target prioritization is something that you need to be careful with, especially now we talk about reactionary fire as well. So you need to be thinking about who you're damaging and when. You could happily take this against anti-heavy armor. Like if you've got a squad of Terminators sat in front of you that's kind of about to get up in your grill, then absolutely, you can be pretty consistently taking 2 or 3 down.
Yeah.
But I think realistically, there are big point sinks across a lot of armies, namely either big Death Stars or like big heavy armor. I think this is the way that I would build it is with this.
Okay.
Personally, I think really it's the standout option.
Okay, and I think that perhaps if you did the Volkite option, you could afford to keep it backfilled and hidden behind some cover or hidden behind a defense line if they even exist. But as you say, though, in order for its range to be 28 or its threat range to be 28, you're going to have to keep this vehicle quite mobile, right? That's the other thing about this in order to do that.
I do, yeah.
But so it does depend on your play style about how you approach games and how you approach tanks as well.
Yeah, precisely. You need to be somewhat considered where you're putting it, but the simple fact of the matter is as well, like you can relatively easily screen it out with big blocks of guys or terrain, and it's armor 14 around. It's got 5 hull points, so it's not going to be going down particularly quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, Paul. Initially, if I said to you, you had to choose one, the Volkite or the Melter, which one would you go for?
Oh, I've got a feeling now John's just converted me onto the Melter after talking about the AP1 and all. But I don't know. There's a thing for me. I think with the Volkite, it's the range and the amount of shots.
So
okay. Obviously, there seems to be lots of chat in between our WhatsApp groups and this, that, and the other of massive infantry squads of 20 tacks here, 20 tacks there, tac marines. Sorry.
So it's about the general meta overall about what you'll see on the tabletop might determine how.
Yes. I think. But then if we're going to see a lot of these Kratos tanks. The AP1 at 36 inches and
might actually be useful just to blow each other up. Okay.
yeah. But again, John's kind of right. It's 14 all round. It's got 5 hull points. You're not going to shift it
very easily.
too easily.
Yeah. So, okay, can we just go back one, Lee, to the original screen and the options here? So this is where it gets really interesting, but this is also, from this point onwards, this is where it can get quite pricey. So you can replace its whole front right mounted heavy bolter with the Volkite caliber. Now, they aren't the culverins. The calibers are now 3 shots apiece. They used to be 2, but they're 3 shots and they're 30-inch range. And that's for 5 points per model. And then you can upgrade it to an autocannon as well, which is 10 points per model. Don't forget the autocannon's strength 7, AP 4, but it's also got rending now. So it's still 2 shots, I think. And then you can upgrade its little heavy bolters to also have las cannons as well, which is 25 points per model. So it's sort of a 12.5. So 12.5 points per las cannon there, which is quite good as a las cannon. As las cannons go, 12.5 is not too bad. So I guess, from what we've said there, if you're specializing it, you're going to want to specialize it either anti-tank or anti-infantry. And then, if you specialize it for anti-tank, then the las cannon seemed the obvious choice. Anti-infantry, then the Volkite or the autocannon seems the obvious choice. Lee, would you go, if you were going anti-infantry, would you go Volkite or would you go autocannon? So you're losing a point of strength, but gaining an extra shot with the Volkites and also losing rending there.
I'd probably go for the autocannons, to be honest, just because you can go for light vehicles as well. You can chip away at rhinos and
you've got the extra D3 on the rending as well, potentially.
Yeah,
on the armor.
Yeah, I'd probably steer towards the autocannons, but again, it kind of depends what you've got in your army, doesn't it? It depends what you need, what you want, but. I'd probably steer towards the autocannons, to be honest.
Okay. John, how about you? Do you want to talk us through your thoughts on just those two?
Can I add a spanner into the works possibly as well? Okay, so my thinking, right, I think you can only build it with las cannons, mag, and the melter. And the reason is the fact that you can now build predators with Volkite.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about an anti-infantry, for starters as well, like the AP is pretty high, so there's lots of armor saves go around. And the strength, although it's high, like you're still going to be feeling the pains. So, you're not going to be insta-killing stuff. So I would much rather, you can have 2 predators and change, nearly 3 predators with the Volkite macro Saker and Sponts and Culverins. So you're only really losing. In fact, actually, those 3 predators are putting out significantly more shots. They're more mobile. And probably considering the fact that there's 3 of them, they're going to be, in theory, more survivable as well. I think that, unfortunately, that Predator option just feels so good that I think you can only really build this as an anti-armor tool.
So, but then we come back at full circle to what Lee's saying, which I think is right, which is that I would be far more fearful of 10 las cannons on a flare shielded Spartan than I ever would of this thing here, which is has got 4 las cannons plus 4 melter
And
shots.
I think, to be honest with you, mate, that is it. That is the crux of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So sell all your Kratos.
Yeah.
Go and buy some Spartans.
Yeah.
It's by no means bad. It's one of those scenarios where it is by no means bad. However, I think that if you're really talking about points efficiencies, I think you can do better jobs. Now, I think flare shielded Spartan is going to be more points than the Kratos. Even once you've upgraded all the guns and bits and pieces, I still think there's play for it, and I'll still be including one in my Iron Warriors. Certainly, I will be running it as. I might even have 2. Like I do like the little. I don't mind. It depends how the meta settles down, how much opposing heavy armor there is. If there's going to be loads of Spartans kicking around because you can pick up for 45 quid on eBay, then I think it's really got a place. Especially being AP1, I think that's the biggest, most overlooked kind of boon that this has. And I'll be building mine as with all the las cannons and the melter array. And
awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I'll probably. I haven't got one. I was one of the few that didn't buy one because I just don't have time. It will be about a year before I even get around to building and making one. But that's pretty much how I'd plan to run it as anti-tank. But again, I think it comes back to your list in your Legion. Like John said, like if you're running flipping Iron Warriors and you've got 2 Praevians and they've each got 3 or 4 Castellax of Darkfire, you don't need any anti-tank. You've got enough anti-tank in your list already. So actually, there's nothing, it's still
say the Kratos might not be the purchase that you need to...
or just run it as anti-infantry, or even stick a bloody melter on it and chuck it downfield, because your opponent will start shitting themselves and start throwing everything into that Kratos to get rid of it, before it gets into that melter range. That's going to delete a tank a turn once it's in range, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like, you're unlucky if that doesn't remove a tank every turn. So that's such a huge threat. Like I really like the idea of it because I want to do a heavy infantry list. I want to do walking Terminators, and I've never made it work. And something like this, I think you stick melter on that and fly that downfield. People won't be concentrating too much on your Terminators shooting them. They're going to be worrying about that thing that's going to pop your juicy model turn 2. If you don't do anything about it. I mean, you could be unlucky, and the first shot it gets fucking one-shotted off. But that's the game we play, isn't it?
By a Spartan, presumably. That's it. Well, we won't go too much detail into the sponsons, but what I think is interesting is
you can give us a flare shield. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. But it comes stock with heavy bolters, but you can replace the heavy flamers on it. The only reason I think you do that is because of defensive weapons. So when it gets charged, I think that's you might want to use that. It's Volkite culverins, so those are they've increased in shots, so they're now 5 shots a piece. So just with 2 sponsons alone, that's 10 additional Volkite shots you're getting. And then it's obviously got the last cannons, which we've talked about in quite a lot of detail. So it's 25 points per model. So again, 12.5 points per las cannon. I actually think that's quite a reasonable amount for what the last cannon actually does. We've got a range of sort of pintle mounted weapons that we kind of won't talk about too much, but what is noticeable is the multi-melter is 20 points, so it is quite expensive, I think. But if you're arming it for anti-tank, perhaps that's the one that you want to go for. But then there are a few other options. So Dozer Blade seemed like an obvious one to take. Just pretend that it's an invisible Dozer Blade. But the one I think is worth some time discussing is around the flare shield. So, Paul, do you take a flare shield on your Spartan at the moment?
I do, yes.
Does everybody take a flare shield on their Spartan?
Yes.
Yes. So would you upgrade this with a flare shield, Paul, for 50 points? What do you reckon?
What was the flare shield beforehand? How much did you
It was 50.
45.
It was 45 or 50?
45,
Yes.
45.
Okay, yes, I would. I think listening to you guys speak, you've almost convinced me to change my loadout from anti-infantry to anti-tank.
Okay.
So I want to chuck that, head first. But yeah, I think flare shield's just an auto load.
Your tank now as an anti is now with a flare shield is 400 points. I could get a Lord of War for that. That's more smart. So it's interesting, isn't it? The problem is once you start loading up for this particular loadout, as you discussed, it becomes 400 points, which is eye-wateringly, I think, expensive. Does anybody want to sort of say anything about that?
You're right.
Put a flare shield on it at all.
No,
the reason
I
being
think
as well is a lot. Things are so much more maneuverable now, especially anti-armor stuff. Like we just talked about the Predator. Let's say you build a Predator with 4 las cannons on it, or because I think you're going to want to push this up. This is going to be an immediate threat, and you push up with your line troops, your big blocks of guys. And you want to kind of get it in people's grill and get it in the short range for the melter. The problem is the fact it's easy enough for people to scoot around the side and get in the side arc. I think I wouldn't. I think it's 50 points not well spent. The fact of the matter is, right, when you talk about your Spartan Death Star with the guys with the boyfriends inside, you're not talking about the keeping the Spartan alive. You want to keep alive what's inside.
Yeah,
I think this, once it's scooted forwards and just unloaded all of its shit, chances are it's going to kill quite a lot. It just is, and then fine, it's done its job. You put it after its priority target. I don't think you'll get value out of 50 points.
Okay, that is an interesting conversation. So I think that it's quite a persuasive argument that Lee and John have made, because my temptation is to go all Volkite, but we'll make a comparison in a moment. But very, very convincing argument. And I think if it gets its shots off, even on the first round, it's going to make probably 350 points back. If you can fire against a Sicaran or a Sicaran squadron or something like that, I think it'll make
that's the killer as well. Squadrons, like you're talking about Predators before. If people start running, whenever the plastic Predator comes out, you stick 4 shots of that into a Predator squadron, you're going to delete the whole squadron.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Domino effects. Yeah.
And that's when something like that will come into its own.
Yeah.
So again, like you say, you have to run it down the field, which means you're opening its flanks. So I agree. I wouldn't bother with a flare shield.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Cool.
I think the only time I'd bother with that, if I was running it anti-infantry and keeping it back.
Yeah.
Because then you can kind of either position it on the table, or you can put stuff in its flanks to protect it. But then I don't know.
Well, that's going to lead me to my next one, which is, can we go 2 slides along, Lee? So basically, and this is what it comes down to, I think. So we've got a really convincing argument that if you're going to run it as anti-tank, because in terms of anti-infantry, if you were to arm it all Volkite, if you were just to take one, it would be 28 shots of Volkite plus the 2 autocannons as well, the 2 autocannon shots that it comes with. Now, 28 shots of Volkite is piddly in comparison to the 50 shots of Volkite that a heavy support squad can throw out. Now, a heavy support squad base, so it's 100 points base, and that's just 5 guys. Armed with Volkite, you've then got Volkite, so 5 points per model. So for 125 points, just for 5 guys, they're chucking out 25 Volkite shots, strength 6, AP 5. Now, I know it's not the strength 7 pinning, but it's pretty, for 125 points, that is pretty close to the 28 Volkite shots that the Kratos is churning out, and it's less than half the points for just 5 dudes. And I think that when you compare it for anti-infantry, I think that you can put the Volkite squad in cover, get that sweet ass cover save from it that perhaps you won't be able to do with the Kratos. So I also query if you're going to go for anti-personnel, which is what I've built mine as, or anti-infantry. Is it worth thinking and considering about doing a 10-man Volkite squad that pumps out 50 shots, which again is going to be less expensive and probably more survivable than a tank. Any
you can
thoughts
also
on that?
throw an armistice in that as well for an extra like 75 points.
Yeah,
to really boost the output of that Volkite squad too.
Yeah, or a Master of Signal as well, potentially as well on that one. So, does anybody disagree with that? Is it better to take a heavy support squad for anti-infantry, or
again? I think it's kind of. I think it comes back to what your list is. You know, like these are cheaper, but you know, you lose 3 dudes. That's 15 shots you've just lost. They're infantry, so they're squishy. You can't move them because then they're snap shooting.
Yep.
I mean, you can move them, but then you're snap shooting. So you're drastically reducing, like how much damage you're doing with that unit. Like we said, pinning's a big thing now. So if the squad gets pinned, they're doing fuck all again. So there's pros and cons for everything, really, isn't there? I mean, is it the Death Guard that can move heavy weapons and shoot? So if you're doing Death Guard, then I'd probably be looking at something like this.
Or Iron Warriors.
Or Iron Warriors,
Okay.
I don't think there's a right or wrong, is there?
I don't think so, but I think it's good to analyse it in terms of
definitely,
you can say. So, Lee, summing up from your perspective, if I gave you just one Kratos and said you could only have one, what would be the way you would gear it up? What would you arm it with?
I mean, I'd arm it as anti-tank, and that's what I'd always planned to from the start.
So around a 350 point build for yours. Okay.
Well, I would just caveat with that is my armies almost always lack in anti-tank.
Got it. Okay.
So that would be my anti-tank.
Cool.
Or add to.
Paul, what were you going to go for now after hearing this conversation?
After hearing this conversation, I'm going to go anti-tank. As I'm doing Death Guard for my next Legion, I want to do a few heavy support squads. And one of those will be a Volkite team. So it makes more sense now. And considering what's going to be in my list, potentially, it's changed how I think. Chatting with you guys about how I'm going to build my Kratos.
Great. So, okay, well, we've done a good deed there. And John,
cheers,
were from the very start, you were anti-tank. Has this conversation changed your mind, or are you absolutely, has it solidified your opinion on it?
Absolutely solidified. I'm going to set mine up to murder the inevitable Kratos that my opponent has.
Kratos.
That's the thing.
The Kratos.
Yeah. So I'd just like to say you haven't given me a Kratos, so I'm just going to run through Spartans.
Right. Okay. That is the end of the discussion. So if you're running Kratos,
sorry, just to
go for it.
literally add one thing. Like what I do like is it's another unit. We've got a new tank, which no one really saw that coming until some dickhead leaked all the pictures. And it's another choice, and it is a good choice.
Yeah.
The Spartan, this and that, blah, 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 but it's still a good choice. So, I mean,
I think
win for the Heresy, really.
I actually think that the good thing about the Kratos is that it's actually, you need to think about quite carefully what you're going to arm it with if you want to take one. And you got, exactly as you said throughout, you got to think, right, what the fuck is in my army and how is it going to complement it? Yeah. And then with all the list of choices I can give it, what is going to be best in certain scenarios? And that, I think, is great because there is not necessarily, like, I know John is convinced there's a go-to, but I think there's some leverage in all Volkite, especially backfield. And I think that because it makes you think quite hard about what build should it come with, I think that alone is why it's quite a good tank. Yeah. Because it just makes you think about what's in your army, as well as looking cool. I think that there's no obvious build. I understand what you're saying about the anti-tank, but I still think if I want an anti-tank, I might as well just go, right, well, there's a Spartan, and I'm going to fill it with 20 dudes because I can then capture objectives as well as blow my opponent off the field. So I think there's no obvious choice, and I think that for me is one of the big perks of it. I think.
Although the obvious choice is Contemptors.
Yeah, maybe that's on the next tactical review. Maybe we'll review Contemptors changes from there. Awesome. Right, Lee, will you go to the next slide? Because that is the end of the show. Well, we talked about that one already, so let's go to the next one. So that is the end of the show. So thanks ever so much for joining us. Next time, I'm sure we will maybe have a look at the Salamanders if we fancy it. Thanks to Paul on that one. We will.
I'm sorry to all the Salamander players out there.
Sorry to the two Salamander players.
Both of them are going to be absolutely furious.
So don't forget to use hashtag heresyhammer if you'd like to be featured in upcoming shows. Please don't forget like and subscribe and comment on the show, and please don't forget to share it. If you enjoyed it, then I'm sure some of your friends will.
I'd be interested to know if the people have got other opinions on the Kratos, if there's anything they think we've missed or kind of glossed over that's kind of a glaring omission. So definitely leave the comments.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that we like park the rule of cool bit. We talked about that bit. Like, I think that like at some points that the rule of cool rule is just a bit infantile. We understand it looks awesome, we'll take one, but we actually, the tactical section is purely for tactical kind of like discussion. So what's your tactical thoughts on it? Not necessarily just do you think it's hot or not? And then because it's totally hot, yeah. And then what I think we'd also be really curious to see from you guys is maybe some list submissions, and we can start looking at that in our tactical review. So if you've got any thoughts, feelings, opinions that you want to share about upcoming lists, then you can shoot them over to heresyhammer30k@gmail.com. Thank you ever so much for joining us, and see you on the next show. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Boom.